Thank you. Siddiq.
1, 2.
Councillors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we please rise for the Speaker of Council, Councillor Colleen Makubele.
Good morning, councillors. Shall we remain standing for a moment of silence and meditation? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You may be seated.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the 15th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Tuesday, the 31st of October, 2023 at 10 a.m. at the Brixton Multipurpose Center, that is at 85 Mercury Street, Corner High Street in Mayfair West. First item is opening.
Thank you, councillors. I think this is too loud. Thank you, councillors. We are going to declare precinct. Thank you, councillors. Those that are still walking about, if you can find your seat and sit down. Rule 7 of our Standing Rules and Orders, subsection 1. The precinct of council in this area of land and every building or part of a building under the legislature's control, including the chamber in which the proceedings of council are conducted and the galleries and lobbies of the chambers, committee rooms and other meeting rooms provided or used primarily for council purposes, every other building or part of a building provided or used in connection with the proceedings of council while so used, and every part of the building in which the chambers are situated, and every forecourt, yard, garden, enclosure, or open space, appertainment thereto. Subsection 2, insofar as it may be necessary in a case where council or committee convene beyond the seat of council. These rules apply as if the premises where council or committees are meeting were within the precinct of council. I therefore now declare this whole precinct, including all the committee rooms, council precinct. And therefore all the standing rules and orders of council shall therefore apply. Councillors, I would request that we all find our seats. Those that are still walking in, find your seats. Henceforth, the rules of council apply, including all the disciplinary rules of council. Good. No, open it.
Councillors, the first item is opening of council.
To the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kwamanda, the Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, acting Mr. Morupa, acting secretary to council, Mr. Gobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 15th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg. Before we commence, I would like us once again to rise for a moment of silence for the following. Since the last time we met as council, we have lost children in our townships and informal settlements due to allegedly eating food that was expired from spaza shops. We have lost Pastor Dwayne Gordon, who was killed in the church at Eagle Christian Center. We also acknowledge the loss of the Inkatha Freedom Party founder and President Emeritus, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. We also acknowledge and honor the spirit of the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Aziz Pahad. We also acknowledge and honor Ms. Zoleka Mandela, and we want to rise for a moment of silence to honor these lives that have been part of our city, and also send prayers of comfort yet again to the families. Thank you, councillors. You may sit down. On a celebratory note, we still wish to honor and celebrate the official renaming of William Nicol Drive to Winnie Mandela Drive, which took place on her 87th birthday. We also want to congratulate the Springboks for the historic win at the World Cup. Thank you. We celebrate the SA women's hockey team. They had a great start at the African Hockey Road. Please continue to support them. We congratulate Ms. Claude Mashigo, who won Miss World South Africa at the State Theatre in Pretoria over the weekend. We acknowledge the 21-year-old Tyler for becoming the youngest South African to make Billboard Hot 100 since 1968, after Mr. Hugh Masekela. We also send our messages of support to those athletes in our city that are gearing up for the upcoming Soweto Marathon. Lastly, let us continue to pray and support our class of 2023 as they commence with their matriculation examination. Councillors, I now thank you, and I'm going to take a couple of hands that I saw before we proceed. Hey, I didn't see this one. Okay, Councillor Rafiti, Councillor Christians, I saw Councillor at the back there. I will just give concession to Councillor Echezonjoku. Those are the 4 hands. Thank you. Councillors, it may be difficult for you to be heard when you talk standing. Just try. If not, stand up. I acknowledge you and you can sit down and talk.
Speaker, did you recognize me?
I did, Councillor. You're coming after Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just the issue around the sound, if we can just sort out the sound, just to have a progressive meeting, because it's all over the show. That's just what and maybe just big up to the cricket team. They've also had a beautiful start, and we're nearing the semi-final.
Thank you for that. Yes, the cricket team. Am I audible? Should I go back, come forward? Must I be like this? Is this better? Okay. Councillor Christians? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I got an echo. Okay, Madam Speaker, as usual, in terms of the rules, when the acting secretary announced, he announced the notice of the meeting for 10 o'clock. Can for the record we note that the meeting only started at 10:17. And Councillor Rafferty, you mustn't steal my joy. I was going to say you forgot about the cricket, but thank you for that.
Thank you. We all share in the cricket's joy. Councillor is talking. Yeah, you can please proceed.
Sorry about that, Speaker. Speaker, we have a problem here. As EFF, we have a concern about our council being moved here at Brixton, a multi-purpose center. We were told to move here because at some point we had a problem with water. We spoke about the building being inhabitable. But now when we check here, there's water there by the stairs. It's cold here, people will get sick. There's no aircon and all that. And we claim that we're running away from the problem of from the metro center. And again, we need a detailed report on what's happening at Metro Center, because we can never have such a huge building that we built. I think the other end was not built a long time ago, where we have the chamber. But now we find ourselves not able to come there, which is costing the city a lot of money, because now it must get alternative offices and buildings, and it's paid by the taxpayers. Secondly, it also affects service delivery, because now some of the meetings that the councillors were holding, they were in that center. So now there's no alternative for the councillors to hold meetings. So now we have that problem, and we need it addressed now, Speaker. So, what as EFF, Speaker, we will, before even I get to that, it happened with the Sandton Civic Center. In the Sandton Civic Center, in 2009 or 2008, it was refurbished using millions of rands. Immediately after that, there was some conference and meetings for 2009 Confed Cup, if I remember very well. And can you believe that that building that was renovated currently, as we speak, was demolished? The taxpayers' money just went there in vain.
Thank you, Councillor
No,
Telekwa.
we have, I must finish, Speaker.
Please just make it quick. We have
Sorry?
Please make it quick.
Yes, so as we suggest that a motion without notice be used to demand an agent be paid and a report regarding this center leadership. So, as Councillor Tabiso Telekwa, I hereby table a motion without notice in accordance with Standing Rule 93 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the City of Johannesburg, Council addressing the urgent matter of immediate closure of all wings of the Metro Center by the municipal manager to the City of Johannesburg Metro Municipal due to faulty transformers as per communicated dated October 18, 2023. The lack of regular communication regarding the progress on the issue is concerning, particularly as officials are currently working from home with limited resources, leading to the inability of the city residents to access services usually provided by the Metro Center. Therefore, we propose the following recommendation: an immediate and urgent debate should be convened to discuss the current status of the Metro Center building, and that the council resolve to a request a comprehensive report detailing the events that led to the closure of Metro Center and the proposed remedial action. This report should be submitted now.
Thank you,
this should be
Councillor
addressed
Telekwa.
now.
Please sit down. You know how to submit motions. You have abused us. You've abused my kindness in extending this time to you. So that motion is dismissed. Councillor Echezanjuko, you are the last one before we proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are standing in Brixton. We have water. And I'm concerned that we are standing here and we have water as servants of the people. But those residents outside, we are in a ward where residents do not have water. Can I please request, Madam Speaker, to not be insensitive? Can I please ask that this council, before we proceed, there's a peaceful protest, they did not disrupt us, and we were concerned as the DA about safety when we initially heard about this move. Can I request that a delegation from either the executive and yourself meet the people outside who are protesting for water? They are peaceful, they've been very patient. If we can please just, if the delegation can accept the memorandum, and then we can all proceed again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, councillors. Those provisions have already been made, so it's not a DA idea. Mayor had already prepared to go and accept that. Thank you. So, councillors, we are going to proceed now. I thought when the EFF rose, that's why I gave them time, I thought they are going to offer to bring back the money that they received last month. So, but I can see that no one is bringing it back. So, because they didn't vote for it. Councillors, we are now going to proceed to confirm quorum. While the executive mayor, he knows, and the team that he has put in place, go and receive the memorandum. We are going to confirm quorum of the House before we can proceed. Can legal assist me and then a whip of counsel?
Speaker,
No,
we are
no,
raising
no,
hands.
no,
on a point of
Speaker,
order.
we are raising hands. Please
Give
notice
us
us.
money.
No, I'm not.
Please
recognizing
notice us.
that. Chief Whip.
Which
can
money are you
assist me
talking about?
With the mayor, that must
Well,
go
there
and
is a-
address the, it's not here.
Which money? Which money?
Can we confirm quorum? Thank you. Are we correct? Or after quorum? Yeah, we can do it after quorum. Are we correct? This one. Wait.
Why are we here?
All of those hands. All of those hands. While we confirm quorum, I can only give one. All of those hands, I can't give everybody. No.
Speaker, we are raising hands here. We want to address you.
No, I can't take all the hands. It's too many hands. We don't have time.
Eso swep.
Who's confirming quorum? I'm not taking hands. No hands. We're doing quorum.
Westwood, why are we here, Speaker? We want to know now, why are we here? We want the report coming from the mayor now. Why are we here? It's cold here, Speaker. It's cold.
Why are we here?
When the mayor comes, we will speak to him. For now, we have
Recognize our speaker.
Where do they want to go? I don't know. One person. Who's going to talk? You. Just one. I can't have all of them. Wait, I gave you an opportunity. One. I can't have everyone talking. One is fine. Who are the two? Choose. I can't choose. You give me one who will talk. It's who?
He's talking,
Okay.
yeah.
So he will talk.
Speaker, can I speak?
Wait. I will give you an opportunity to speak. So you'll represent, and I'm going to give Councillor Christians. Because we are doing quorum. Otherwise, I will not give. Yes, you can proceed, Councillor. Councillor, you can proceed. Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah, me.
Councillor, you can proceed. Yes. Yes.
Speaker.
I can't see the names from here.
Speaker, did you recognize me?
No, but you said one will talk.
No, it's,
Is
no,
it
it's
you,
fine.
Councillor
No,
Zita?
it's fine. I will talk. I will
Okay,
talk. I'm the one talking, Speaker.
Talk, Councillor Zita.
And Speaker, we are still standing with what Councillor Teleko asked. Why are we here? And we want an immediate report coming from the mayor to give us why are we here. It's cold. You can even understand, even on your side, that it's very, very cold. We can't be subjected to this, Speaker. You can do better. Why are we here?
Thank you. Thank you. I've noted that. And I will get a response for you quickly. No, I said one. Then
Speaker.
No,
Speaker, but you haven't heard my point.
but I thought Councillor Zita was representing you.
Yeah, but Speaker, I've got my point. Speaker, we can't even hear ourselves here. We couldn't even hear the other people talking that other side. I mean, the council owes us a report that says what is happening there, what is the progress. We cannot be reading on the newspapers because I'm sure there are other people who can't even hear me right now. Look, hear the echo right now. Even here, I mean, I had to bring. You are asking us not to wear our regalia here, but you know what? We are poor, we don't have clothes. We have to wear these things. So, I mean, it's cold here, we don't have air conditioners. It's not healthy leadership. In terms of hearing, in terms of the coldness that is here, we need a report, please. And listen to Councillor Telekwa, he said, we want a report like now. Please, Speaker. We need a report.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. We've heard that. I've heard the request for a report while you are here. The executive mayor is on the way. I'm going to request him for a report, and I will report back to you. Councillor Christians?
Speaker, where?
No, 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 no. No, I can't allow him because I put him on the mic. Yeah. No, it's fine. I know. I switched off.
Speaker, thank you.
No. There's a roving mic, because I have to switch off these ones. These mics, you guys are abusing them now. Please, I've heard your point. The mayor is coming. He will give us that report, and I will give it to you. Councillor Christian, where's the roving mic?
Testing, check one.
No, Councillor Christians, let him speak first, and then we can address the issue of the building.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm rising in terms of motions without notice, which you just ruled on. Madam Speaker, you have usurped the power of this council, which states that the presiding officer must put the question to allow or disallow the motion without notice to this council, which you did not do. However, I agree with you that the motion without notice is inadmissible because it does not concur with Rules 93, 1A through to C. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, you are taking us backwards, totally unnecessary. Councillors, we've got 216 councillors in the precinct who are in this meeting. The meeting corrects. We will now proceed with the meeting. Can I have the...
No, Speaker. We can't be subjected to these conditions. There is no echo, nothing. We're getting freezing, we're getting cold. Want to know what is happening in Metro Center. Man-made crisis in Metro Center is not going to help. Man-made crisis in Metro...
No, we can't take it, because they don't want to have cancer. They want to know what's happening. Where's the mayor?
Speaker. Speaker, can we debate on this matter? Can we prioritize this matter, Speaker? It's very much important. And Speaker, we are told to take off our hats, and it's cold. It's very cold here. We are told to take off our hats. It can't be. No, it can't be.
Councillors, we are moving to application for leave of absence.
Councillors, can I ask you please to behave yourselves? Councillors? Councillors, I'm asking you to behave yourself. We are now on leave of absence. We are on leave of absence. Can you please sit down?
We will wait for the mayor then to give us the report.
Yeah, the mayor will give a report when he comes.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think what the caucus of the EFF is looking for is that, number one, they've never been appraised in terms of why are we here, why we've moved from the Metro building and why it's closed. So the caucus of the EFF don't have the offices, they can't meet, service delivery has been impacted. So they just want to be appraised of, they just seen them to come here. They want a report in terms of why we've been subjected to the coldness. So I think that maybe before we can move forward, someone needs to appraise the leadership of the caucus and ourselves. What happened to the Metro building? What are the issues? When will they be open? And where are they going to be sitting? So that is the reason, I think they can be, they must be listened to. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Those are genuine concerns that all of us are waiting for that report. The executive mayor is not here at the moment and would like to proceed.
Give us caucus break.
No, we must wait. We have to wait for him. We will wait for him.
We will wait.
Yeah. Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you, Speaker. Please, Speaker, I know it's been a long time we've not met, but we can't be abused like this. There are two forms of questions.
Hey, go home. If you feel abused, go home.
No, councillors.
You can go home.
No.
Abusing.
No.
We are not here for you. You can also go.
Must get the roving mic. Where's the roving mic? Where's the roving mic? Councillor Christians, do you still have the roving mic? Where's the... Yeah, that part. Whip of council. Whip of
Sit down, Rapadu.
You want us to roll red carpet for...
I can't even let go.
It's on now. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm saying the standing rules and orders of council give us direction on the type of questions we can ask. There's either a written or an oral question. So the EFF, if they want to ask a question, they must follow the rules. We can't be abused by this order, man. Please, Speaker, can you rule on this? There's no mayor who's going to answer anything. They must write. There's question time. There's executive mayor's question time if they want to ask a question. So let's follow the rules. They can't smuggle what they want to smuggle here. The rules are clear, please. We can't be abused now. Come on. Oh.
What are you protecting?
Are you the mayor?
I literally have to press this thing. Councillors, I'm going to ask...
Your plans for...
No, man. Please, can I talk? Who's this disrespectful person? Stop talking into the mic. Yeah, if I let go, you are talking into the mic. Can you stop talking?
Can't hear you.
Give me the roving mic. Councillors,
I'm in charge here.
we can't even address your concerns if you keep behaving in this manner. There'll be no point to engaging with you if you don't give us an opportunity. Can I ask for 5 minutes with the whip of council and all the whips? 5 minutes, can the
We want
whips?
the mayor, we want the mayor. What happened to the building?
Whips, 5 minutes, agenda.
Metro Center.
Who can tell me if they hear me? But I think it's better.
We can ring the bell.
come on, come on, come on, come on.
Thank you, councillors. Is the sound better? Can you hear me better? Thank you. Okay. I asked for the 5 minutes break to address the whips and to discuss with them how we can move forward. We have agreed with all the whips that we are going to go informal. I'm going to allow council to go informal for the next 15 minutes. That will allow, number one, the safety and evacuation officer to quickly address us for a minute, show us where the exit points are and all the safety and security procedures. Number two, it will allow the executive mayor to address us on the state of the Metro Center and the plans to get us back into the Metro Center. And then once he has addressed, we'll allow 5 questions. 5 questions. That's it, so that we are able to go back to our formal council and proceed with the business of the day. At this stage, we are now entering the informal council, and I will request Mr. Mamukhale just to come and give us the safety procedures, please. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Welcome to Brixton Multipurpose. In terms of emergency evacuation, you can look at your back. There is a ramp there that you go through side that will lead you to the sports field, which was identified as one of our assembly points. Secondly, on my right-hand side, there is a ramp going up with a staircase. The entrance that you used to come in there, you use it as another means of escape. We have identified a tennis court as one or the second means of our assembly point. And then on the podium, where there is a speaker, there's 2 means of escape. You go through this door up until the parking lot. We identified it as well as one of our assembly points. From the upstairs, there is signage all over that will lead you to all 3 points of escapes, to the safer place, to the assembly points. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamukhale. I will now ask the Executive Mayor to come and address us on the state of the Metro Center and the plans on how we can go back to the Metro Center.
Thank you very much, Speaker of Council. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge you this morning, this rainy morning. Let me acknowledge the MMCs that are present. Let me acknowledge, I'm not sure if the head of administration is here, in his absentia, the Chief Whip of Council, councillors,
The sound, because, okay, just speak to the mic. I think the issue is the sound.
Am I not audible? Am I audible now? My apologies, councillors. Let me acknowledge all the councillors that are present and also acknowledge the residents in the city of Johannesburg. I'm not sure if in our opening we did congratulate the Bokkers for their victory, but we appreciate the hard work that they put in to defend the World Cup. Speaker of Council, I was briefed to respond, or in fact, share some light on the Metro Setup precinct and to bring councillors into confidence as to why we are here. I think my first point of departure in my representation, Madam Speaker, and this should be noted, that the challenges that that have now come into the fore were discovered or identified in 2014. In 2016, when the administration changed, it set aside the plans to address the structural integrity and the maintenance of the Metro Center precinct. This was followed by a report that was tabled before Council in 2019 that declared the Metro Center precinct structurally condemned. And I would recall, Madam Speaker, that even my predecessor, the former Executive Mayor, Councillor Tapelo Ahmad, had a few engagements with the legislator in relation to the structure. Now, the report had recommended that the precinct needs to be decanted. The fire that was experienced at Metro Center came at a time and it just sped up the process. Madam Speaker, also noting the fact that the council chamber is a new structure that is still intact. However, we are here today because of the priority of the safety of councillors. The city of Johannesburg has been prone to disasters. Although the council chambers are habitable and they can be utilized, but for this council sitting, we had to ensure that the venue that we accommodated councillors in is one that is safe. Madam Speaker, the custodian of the property that belongs to the city of Johannesburg, which is JPC, is finalizing their plans, the process of decanting the Metro Center precinct, also considering the budget constraints that we are currently faced with. Mine is to inform councillors today that a technical report will be tabled in the next council sitting, Madam Speaker, that will give you all the information that relates to the structural integrity both of the Metro Center precinct in its entirety and the council chamber wing. But for now, we would like to request, or we beg your indulgence, that you allow us, together with the legislator, to prioritize your safety above all. May I humbly end there for now, Madam Speaker, and hand back over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EM. Maybe don't go as yet, EM. They can. I did allow for 5 questions, just in case there are issues of clarity. So I have noted Councillor Nord, both of you from Action SA, Councillor Van Wyk, and the whip of Council of Action SA, Councillor Libakan. That's 3. Those are the 3 questions, so we can proceed. There's 4 at the back. I can't see the councillor there. I've noted you. Councillor Edwards, so there's 4. Councillor Zita, 5. Those are the 5 questions. Thank you. Councillor Lott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I think we've been through this issue with the Metro Centre for several years. I would really encourage the Executive Mayor to not be misled on this issue. The report from 2019 stated very clearly that the structural integrity of that building was never in question. And if you go back to the recordings of Mayoral Committee of 2022, you will find that the structural engineers confirmed that. The issue was a lack of maintenance and a lack of care, particularly with regards to the facades outside, the electrical engineering within the building, and various other things. JPC has successively ignored various mayors, including from the ANC, the DA, etc., to handle the maintenance issues over the last several years. And what seems to be happening is that they are pushing this building into a state of disrepair in order to force a decanting, in order to force us to spend excessive amounts of money on that building. I'm not buying this story, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, because we've been here, we've interrogated the professionals that investigated that building itself. And JPC must provide us with a structural engineer's report and a professional certified report from people that know what they are doing. We are not happy with hearing that they'll give us a technical report sometime in the near future, because I can tell you now they are misleading every single councillor in this house. The issue is not merely councillors having to not being able to go to council. The issue is that a number of services are offered from that building. It is costing the city an exponential amount of money to house officials in other parts of the city. A lot of them are working from home, which means they cannot service the residents of the city. And that is our concern as councillors. We do not have information on where people can get building plans. We do not have information on how services are operating on a part-time basis. And that's really what we need in order to function as oversight. But I would really encourage you, regardless of a council sitting, that we set down a date for a technical report and response back from JPC, including professional opinions, that are given to the legislature, and the Speaker can then share it with the various political parties. But I do not feel that we should have to wait for another council meeting to get that. They were originally supposed to address us on the 15th of September, and they cancelled that briefing. So please, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking you, go back. I'm willing to provide you with those recordings and those reports. But there is nothing wrong with the structural integrity of that building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Wyk. Councillor Lebatlang. Please assist with the sound for Councillor Lebatlang. Do we have another roving mic?
Thank you very much, Speaker. As Action SA, we are quite disappointed because number one, we have written 3 letters, exactly 3 letters to the Executive Mayor, to the MMC of Economic Development, even to the Speaker herself. Even to date, we have not received any acknowledgement or response to those letters. Number 2, Speaker, is that we are getting a response that is not in official writing. We are told there is a technical report that will be given to us in a council meeting. There's no date. When is that technical report? And where is that technical report coming from? Is it a report from JPC? Is it a report from the mayor's office? What is actually happening? Is it a report from engineers? So that we know this is a report that is professionally compiled. Number 3 is that, Speaker, we have over 3,000 employees of the city who are sitting at home. We can tell you now they are sitting at home, Executive Mayor. Working from home, we had issues of emails, we had issues of phones not working. Whilst residents were logging calls, whilst residents were raising issues of service delivery, they could not get through those employees. So we are asking those residents who are used to using the building of Metro Center, who can't access that particular building, what is happening? What is the plan? What is the way forward? Number 4 is that we are requesting as Action SA, can this council work and function properly? Can it not be a council that works based on who says what, but can it work based on professionalism and a team that is working on the solutions of the problems faced by the city of Johannesburg? So we are saying, Speaker, we are quite disappointed in this response because there's no solution to the problems that are faced by the residents and also to the Metro Center building. Because the mayor is saying to us that there's a certain part of Metro Center that is working and there's a certain part of Metro Center that is not working. Metro Center is one building. That is our understanding. When we walk into Metro Center, it's one building. So you cannot say we must divide or divorce a certain part of a building from one actual building. So we are saying is that we want council to proceed. We don't want council to collapse. But we need to have reports and things that are in writing, things that we can go back to our residents and say to them, this is actually happening in the city of Johannesburg. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lebatlang. Councillor Van Wyk, I skip you. Okay. Councillor Edwards at the back. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the 3rd of March this year, we wrote to the former executive mayor warning him about the state of the Metro Center building, and we didn't get any response. We then did we wrote a number of letters to follow up about the state of the Metro Center, and there was no response. Speaker, if you can recall very well, we had spent some money to renovate the Metro Center, the ablution areas and other areas, which amounted to about 29 million. Hence, now we're here with the Metro Center closed. The issues that the mayor is raising are known. because there's two reports that actually refer to the assessments of the Metro Center building. We've got a report that was done in 2017 and a 2019 report that was done and facilitated by JPC. Now the question is, if those reports are in place, why were we spending money to renovate? Why did we spend the 29 million to renovate the Metro Center? In all our letters, when we communicated both with the former mayor and the current mayor, when no response was received, we raised very important questions. The first question we raised was, how will it take and how much will it take to renovate the building? And the second one that we asked was, what is the plan for maintenance of that particular building, the Metro Center? And we even asked the mayor if they were considering to demolish the entire Metro Center, and we did not get any response. Hence now we are here. And if we look into this current building where we are, we can see similarities to the Metro Center in terms of maintenance and also OHASA, because we can see there's defects in this same building. So Executive Mayor, what we're asking you as Action SA is, outline the steps that you are going to take to correct the situation at the Metro Center. And if you've got specific timelines, please do outline those timelines, because the Metro Center houses not only councillors, but the employees of the municipality. And what we are doing right now, we're compromising service delivery to 6 million residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zita. Who's taking Councillor Telekwa? It's fine.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Mayor for clarity. As EFF, we're very concerned about the service delivery because we thought the building, if it's unlivable, we thought if the building can be rehabilitated, then we can move there. But now the Mayor has given clarity that it's unlivable, and we thank him very much. We will await the technical report. But I'm surprised, because as EFF, we are 29 battalions. I'm surprised others who are not concerned about the report. Now all of a sudden they are giving feedback. And if they want to come to us, they must tell us so that we can have 44 extra members. Because we didn't know that we have other councillors of the EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've added Councillor Rapadu as the fifth one. Councillor Rapadu. They'll bring the roving mic.
We are fine, Speaker. Speaker, let's all agree that there is an urgent need to look into the issues of the Metro Center building. And all of us need to come to a common understanding and work together as councillors to restore the pride that is the city of Johannesburg. That is number one. And we need not politic around that. We need not politic around that, because this is the beacon, this is the center, the hub of the city of Johannesburg, and we need to come together making sure that we pass the necessary budget to fix this. Speaker, there is an urgent need to renovate that particular center. Those that are reminding us of institutional memory, that in 2017 there was a report. Yes, there was a report. And the erstwhile mayor, Mr. Mashaba, at that time, alluded to the fact that there is no money to fix this thing. So when we speak about history, we must not be selective. Like all these things are new. They're not new, Speaker. They're not new. And we need to speak truth to power, Speaker. So when we did not have money, some councillors, even the ones from the red, supported Mr. Mashab at that time. So we need to remember or remind each other of history. Some of us were councillors at that time. I know they won't like what I'm saying because it's the truth. I know they won't like it. But what I'm urging council is that we urgently look into how do we rehabilitate, how do we renovate the center because of the need that we are and the challenges that we are facing right now. 3,000 workers can't be sitting at home, but it needs councillors to come together, not to bicker, not to fight, but to come together to say, how do we move the city forward in passing this budget to renovate? That is all, Speaker. And that is why, as the ANC will be supporting a conversation that starts to speak about how do we take the city forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Executive Mayor, those are the 5 comments and questions. You may then end this session.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think noting the information that has been presented,
I ask for 5 hands. Please proceed, Executive Mayor. We won't spend the whole day on this topic.
I will definitely take into account the advice that has been submitted. I will look extensively into all the reports that exist. The Metro Center Precinct, Speaker, is, I can say it's a heritage building. I'm saying this because it's a building that houses the administration in the city of Johannesburg. Any report and any decision that has to do with the precinct itself, over and above the fact that it has to be presented to council, it is one that is taken with the necessary care and the necessary respect that it deserves. And going back to the disruption in service delivery, I have requested Group ICT to ensure that during the disruption and the interruptions that we are faced with, many of the critical services that are housed at the Metro Center Precinct are not disrupted for a long period. And the concern about service delivery to our residents is a concern for this current administration. But Madam Speaker, the executive has implemented what we call an accelerated service delivery program. And I must say that we have worked very well with ward councillors in the northern part of the city of Johannesburg. But I've not seen any councillor from Action SA. When we talk about service delivery, it's not a rhetoric. It's practical. Those that you say you represent, and you need to make sure that they are well serviced. We need to see you on the ground. We need to collaborate. This service delivery program, Madam Speaker, and I'm just stating this because we are speaking specifically on service delivery, is much like the situation that we are faced with the Metro Center Precinct, because the intention of the administration is to firstly restore the services that have been disrupted, so that moving forward, service delivery is a seamless process that doesn't need the highest level of escalation for it to happen. So we take into careful consideration what our residents are without at this point. And the challenges are wide in the city of Johannesburg, but I am confident in the current administration because whether as a collective or in their individual capacity, our residents are experiencing their efforts in addressing their conditions. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillors, that concludes our informal session. We will now go back to the formal session of council and proceed with our agenda as stipulated. Thank you.
Councillors, we move to application for leave of absence.
Leave of absence, Councillor Christians. Can we have the roving mic?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I had my hand raised before you moved on because in terms of Rule 59.
No. Leave of absence, please. Leave of absence. Do we have anyone for leave of absence? Councillor Avan Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Coogan is not present due to ill health, and Councillor Seko will arrive late. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Nyembe. ICT, can we assist with the sound, please? Councillor, try to press it now.
Thank you, Speaker. From the IFP, we have the one for Councillor Mabaso and Councillor Makubo, party business. They're attending the national workshop for IEC. And Councillor Kanyile is asking to leave at 4. Yes.
Leave of absence, Councillor Rafferty, and then, Councillor Marema, and then Councillor Mohapi.
Go first.
From Action SA, we have Councillor Durant, Councillor Shumba, Councillor Johnson, and Konyeni, who was sick, Mtunu for private business, and Nkobeni for family bereavement.
Thank you, Councillor. Although I didn't acknowledge you, you need to wait for my acknowledgement, so we properly record your apologies. Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the Patriotic Alliance, Councillor Dwayne Ponsonby on private business. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Mariam.
Thank you very much. I would like to submit the apologies for the following councillors from the ANC. Councillor Mongameli will arrive late. Councillor MMC Nomoyam Nisi will arrive late. Councillor Maswazi will arrive late. Councillor Gottfried Setlo is off sick. Councillor Mokwena off sick. Councillor Tefu, the private business. Councillor Nguse, private business. Councillor Francisco Deborah off sick. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mohapi.
The last one. Sorry, Speaker, man, I just forgot Councillor Brenda Dame. She's still off sick, sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. From the EFF, we've got Councillor Ndwele, Ill Health, Councillor Ntlapo, Private Business, Councillor Raulani, Ill Health, Councillor Mpahlele, Private Business, and MMC Mcini will ask to leave at 2 o'clock to do inspection at Isidingo building. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Avan Smith again here. Then I think we'll be done.
Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, I forgot Councillor Ahmed, also off with ill health. Sorry.
Thank you, councillors. Any other leave of absence? Can we approve the apologies as submitted? Can we approve the apologies? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, kindly accept my apology. There are other apologies that were submitted here. Councillor Nontenja and the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips, and also the City Manager submitted his apology. Thank you.
We move to official notices.
Councillors, please join me in wishing well the councillors who celebrate their birthday during the month of September and October. We'll start with the month of September. Councillor Chabalala, Councillor Christians, Councillor Deuce, Councillor Deuce, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Echenzonjoku, Councillor Jacobs, Councillor Komani, Councillor Machete, Councillor Marumo, Councillor Muepi, Councillor Mukwena, Councillor Murero, Councillor Mpahlele, Councillor Munyai, Councillor Ndou, Councillor Nyembe, Councillor Raulani, Councillor Ramafikeng, Councillor Steenkamp, Councillor Van Veek, and Councillor Wex. These are the September birthdays. You can wish them well before we go to the October. Thank you. The October birthdays, Councillor Hoon, Councillor Howitt, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Kunene, Councillor Lobby, Councillor Mazibuko, Councillor Mkize, Councillor Mhlongo, Councillor Mnyameni, Councillor Mukwari, Councillor Mulife, Councillor Mulise, Councillor Mure, Councillor Mpotulo, Councillor Ntlapo, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Peterson, Councillor Rakosa, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Shupe, Councillor Chuma, Councillor Matabani, and Councillor Whistler. We wish you all well. May God richly bless you.
We're on the statement by the Executive Mayor.
Okay. He just stepped out to relieve himself. We are going to come back to the statement by Executive Mayor. Shall we move to the minutes? Can we move to the minutes? Yes, let's do minutes and we'll come back.
Moving on to item 4, which is confirmation of minutes. And the minutes being confirmed are the minutes of the 21st extraordinary meeting held on the 29th and 30th of August 2023, and minutes of the 14th ordinary meeting held on the 31st of August 2023, and lastly, the minutes of the 22nd extraordinary meeting held on the 5th of September 2023.
Councillors, we have the following councillors that want to comment on the minute. DA, Councillor Rainton. Councillor Rainton. The sound. Can we assist with the sound?
Stand up.
You don't need to stand up because of the sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DEA has no input on the minutes. They are largely a reflection of the meetings that took place. Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA, Councillor Davids Green. Nothing. There's no sound, but she has no input. Thank you very much. ANC, Councillor Mazibuko.
The minutes. Speaker, the minutes, as the ANC, we confirm the minutes with no amendments.
Thank you, EFF, Councillor Mohapi, no inputs. Thank you. Councillors, can we confirm the minutes as submitted? Oh, Councillor, just hold on. Councillor Schmidt from Freedom Front, please proceed.
Speaker, the minutes of the 30th, the 29th and the 30th of August, page 42, that is the correct version of what happened there. Because that was passed, then motion 12 fell away, whereas it's stating that it was not debated. The motion fell away because it was accepted in the previous motion.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillors, can we confirm the minute with that amendment that was tabled by Councillor Smith? Councillors, confirm. Thank you very much. Is the Executive Mayor back? Not yet.
We proceed with item 5, which is recommendations to council.
Executive Mayor is not here. Leader of Executive Business, MMC Masuku. Recommendations to council.
Good morning, fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the executive, I rise to table recommendations to council.
Thank you. Chairperson Rafeti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the legislature, I'd like to table the reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Christianos, what is it?
Madam Speaker, apparently the live feed to residents isn't showing.
Councillors, I just want to take 2 minutes with IT to look into the sound before we proceed to the reports. If you want a body break, please take it. 2 minutes, I'm going to ring the bell. Or they want 5 minutes to fix the sound. So please take a body break for 5 minutes while they look into the sound and the streaming. Thank you, councillors. Can we sit down and proceed? Councillors, can I ask you to sit down, please? Kia? Councillors at the back, please sit down. Thank you. We will now proceed with the business of the day. Before we do, I would like to acknowledge the city manager who is here. Thank you so much, Mr. Floyd Brink. And we also then acknowledge the councillors that have joined us in the city of Johannesburg, the new councillors that have been sworn in. This is their first time in council. We've got Councillor Jacobs from the Democratic Alliance. Kindly stand up, let us welcome you. Councillor Jacobs. Where's Councillor Jacobs? Welcome, Councillor Jacobs. Thank you for choosing to serve with us in the city of Johannesburg. We've got Councillor Nube from the Democratic Alliance. Welcome, Councillor Nube. Thank you for choosing to serve with us. And we have Councillor Chuma from Action SA. Welcome, Councillor Chuma. Thank you so much for choosing to serve with us. Thank you, councillors. We'll now proceed.
Councillors, we proceed with recommendations to council, starting with the first item, which is performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Read together with item 2, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg City Theatre for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 3, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. And lastly, read together with item 43, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Community Development Committee of the 2022-23 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Community Development, Joburg City Theatre, Joburg City Parks and Zoo for the period April to June 2023.
Chairperson Arnold.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Arnold, please hold on. Councillors and our guests, the noise level is so high. Councillors and guests, our visitors, officials, the noise level is so high. I'm kindly requesting that everybody keeps quiet. We are proceeding with our business of the day. Councillors will be talking and we need to hear them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, all political parties, leaders present, the AIC Whip, Councillor Mhlongo, and Councillor Christians, good morning or good afternoon. Speaker, I rise to table the fourth quarter oversight report of the Department of Community Development and its entities for 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Speaker, in community development, only 2 of the 27 KPIs were not achieved. These were under expenditure of the CAPEX budget as well as delayed payment of 1% of submitted invoices. In both cases, the underachievement has been because of the city's cash flow. A major challenge that continues to slow down this department is the inadequate security at our facilities. Madam Speaker, we are hopeful that the hybrid security model will result in the preservation of our infrastructure and more cost-effective expenditure on repairs and maintenance. We've had a good performance report on the following: the ongoing delivery of e-resources at the libraries. Under arts, culture and heritage, there were public arts installations at Diagonal Square and the refurbishment of the James Hall Museum. Madam Speaker, we have a problem under sports and recreation. The committee has been concerned about the delays in the opening of some swimming pools across the city due to non-payment of service providers who were appointed to take care of repairs and maintenance. At our recent strategic planning workshop, we were assured by the executive that work at these sites is moving again as payments have been made from the new budget. On the job creation, Madam Speaker, 2,525 job opportunities were created through EPWP and 392 SMMEs were supported. When we get to JCPZ, only 3 out of the 14 KPIs were not achieved by the end of the financial year.
These include under expenditure on CAPEX as well as underachievement in the establishment of partnership. Also very commendable, Madam Speaker, is the appointment of the Managing Director during this period, as well as the filling of 22 positions. City theatres, Johannesburg City Theatres for this period has been doing well, 100% expenditures on OPEX and CAPEX. Before I sit down, Madam Speaker, I would like to make an amendment on the recommendation 4 of the Oversight report. The word Rietvlei Zoo farms need to be substituted with Rietkale Zoo farm. In conclusion, I recommend that Council approves the fourth quarter performance report of community development. I thank you.
Thank you. Action essay, Councillor Masocha. IT, the mic.
Testing. Oh. Good morning, Madam Speaker. The lovely, youthful, fearless firecracker, Action SA caucus leader Nobuhle Mthembu, and the fabulous, unprecedented 44. From an Action SA perspective, we would like to acknowledge the reports, mainly JCT Theatres for continuously leading the department through excellence, ComDev and JCT for achieving an overall satisfactory outcome in the fourth quarter. ComDev an overall of 93%, and JCT overall 100%. However, Madam Speaker, my concerns here include the lack of security tools of trade, the zero alarm systems in place, no backup systems for our vast facilities. While there is also a supposed budget in place, we cannot ignore lack of security throughout our facilities. Can the howlers on the left just quieten down? The Best Valley Recreational Center, we have in-source securities there living on the site, which is a huge concern. And also the homelessness, the lack of housing in our recreational facilities where we have a lot of homelessness, people living there. The housing department needs to come in and intervene. It is shocking. Again, with the swimming pools, chemicals are being delivered where the pools are empty. There are lifeguards at work at empty pools to date. The continuous failure to achieve the targets on the repairs and maintenance and capital projects is also underwhelming. Last week, I went on an observation in the Deep Sloot area, and I found that there was physical aerobics taking place at the mall, and I was shocked to find that with the budget that has been allocated to the Siya Vodka, that they only had a COJ gazebo and a Bluetooth speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is, where does the budget go? Where is the money going for these activations? To date, we also still struggle to see the calendar activations that we have asked for. So also another concern is the vague reporting that we receive here in the ComDev. So over and above, I am concerned to see that how is it that ComDev is at its peak performance? We're sitting at 93%, but there are so many pending issues. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, Freedom Front Plus. Mike, please. Just have the roving mic with you. Here. Butter. Butter. Can we have a second roving mic, just in case we need it?
Okay, Madam Speaker. ComDev, it sounds like a revolving record a lot of the times because everything that we're saying today gets repeated time and time again, and the same thing every single time we have a quarterly, the same things come up time and time again, and nothing seems to improve. The maintenance of the facilities is literally discussed at every single meeting. The recreation centers are virtually starting to fall to pieces. We've done site visits out to Klip River, and there's maintenance that is desperately needed, but it just never gets done. When it comes to the cemetery, sorry, that's another one. The swimming pools, only a portion of them opened in September. We need to know, we've been asking for a list of which ones opened, which ones didn't, and to date we still don't know the full list of who's open and who's closed. And we need a report on this urgently, because we need to see where we are. The community are not benefiting from these pools at this present moment if the pool is closed. And as been mentioned, the chemicals are being delivered to pools that are closed, but we don't know where they're going.
Councillor Smith, just hold on. The councillors behind Councillor Smith, can you please stop having the chit-chat? Can we respect the councillors that are on the podium? Please proceed, Councillor. Your colleagues behind you are talking while you are presenting. Please go ahead.
Okay. The under-expenditure of CAPEX, as I've stated before in this chamber, if you don't use it, you lose it. And every single year, even when I was still previously, in my previous terms when I served as a councillor, we brought this up every single year, and it has been since going on like this since 2000. They ask for the money, but they don't use the money. And we need to put a stop to this. Overall, the department has not performed as good as it should have. And it's time that the community development department actually started to perform in a much better light. When it comes to city parks, the cemeteries, I get regular complaints
30 seconds.
I get regular complaints about West Park and about Olifantsvlei Cemetery. Vagrants, long grass, I could carry on forever. I think it's time for us to start implementing consequence management in the departments. I thank you.
Councillor Sifumba, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, councillors, our officials, and our visitors. Mas Togos. Speaker, just wanted to request that I also take up Councillor Mazibuko's time because he won't be speaking. Thank you. Speaker, while we acknowledge the accomplishments outlined in the Sports and Recreation Services and the Arts, Culture and Heritage Department, we must also recognize the areas that demand improvement and innovation. Firstly, let us commend the remarkable participation in sports and recreation programs with a staggering 3.671 million participants. However, Speaker, it's crucial to delve deeper and ask whether these programs are truly accessible to all segments of our diverse community. I'll make a simple example. Since 2017, community development under the then administration was able to open over 90% of swimming pools, which after that, none of that happened. We see only 18 out of 54 swimming pools opened. Are we effectively reaching marginalized communities and individuals who may face barriers to participation, such as financial constraints or physical limitations? It is imperative, Speaker, that we ensure equitable access to these services. While competitive sporting codes have flourished, we must acknowledge that development programs for aspiring athletes are often underfunded and lack essential resources. We should commit to nurturing young talent by investing in coaching, facilities, and equipment, particularly in underserved areas. This would not only boost sports programs, but also provide opportunities for our youth to excel. If we truly are serious about producing more Springboks in the future, it should start in the city of Johannesburg. In terms of arts, culture, and heritage, the preservation of our heritage is vital. Yet, we must ask whether the restoration efforts truly encompass all aspects of our cultural diversity. Are we adequately preserving the heritage of all communities in Johannesburg, including those with unique histories and traditions? It's essential, Speaker, that our preservation efforts are comprehensive and inclusive. We can't have a city of them and they. It has to be an inclusive city. The success of the Johannesburg Choral Music Festival and the celebration of Africa Month are commendable. However, we must ensure that these cultural events are not just annual occurrences, but rather ongoing efforts to promote and revive various art forms. Consistent support for local artists and cultural initiatives is key to sustaining our vibrant cultural scene. Turning our attention to capital infrastructure development, we appreciate the launch of Lehigh Library. Yet, there's a need for more extensive network of such facilities across the city. A single library, no matter how successful, cannot meet the educational and literacy needs of our entire community. Case in point, in Kibla Park, we don't have a library. We are served by Naturena Library, which has literally 2 books in that library. In terms of resources, there aren't any resources. Speaker, we should prioritize the establishment of libraries and community centers in underserved areas. Areas are mushrooming, or locations and houses are mushrooming everywhere, but there are no facilities. The repairs and maintenance of facilities is also crucial, but the challenges encountered in these endeavors require innovative solutions. The establishment of a panel of service providers who will solely service community development facilities is paramount, as implementing agents such as JPC, JOSHCO, and JDA have not been effective over the years, which led to a deterioration of these facilities. The sooner the panel is constructed, the better we are to strengthen the department and overcome these challenges effectively. While communication and marketing efforts have intensified through social media, as the report states, we must also ensure that they reach those who may not have access to these platforms. Let's consider alternative means of communication to reach all community members. We cannot, I repeat, have a Joburg for them and they. Lastly, Speaker, we commend the support, and then digitization of cemetery records was introduced by the then MD. The city invested 14 million towards this project, but it was unfortunately withdrawn. However, we have heard that the MMC, the current MMC, is also pushing for it because it's important as a city to ensure that we respect those who are sleeping. Madam Speaker, we will continuously advocate for the digitization of cemetery records in order to provide dignity for the City of Johannesburg residents. In conclusion, while progress has been made, we must remain vigilant in addressing the areas that require improvement. By focusing on equitable access, youth development, comprehensive cultural preservation, expanded infrastructure, and enhanced communication, Speaker, we can truly empower our residents and create a more vibrant, inclusive, and culturally rich Johannesburg. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Patriotic Alliance, Councillor Simonse.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, PA Caucus under the leadership of Councillor Kenny Kunene and Chief Whip Councillor Rafferty, all protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 1 of the agenda. The amount of vandalism at various facilities across the city remains a worrying factor. The department is now heavily burdened to spend such huge budgets in fixing all these facilities that could have been avoided. The report also indicates failure of contractors to complete the projects within the stipulated time frames. Some attributes to SMMEs not being paid on time. The Patriotic Alliance hereby call on the MMC and the department to beef up security and ensure implementation of the programs and these facilities are being taken care of. We will continue to monitor the situation and moving forward, Operation Restore as part of our service delivery standard. This brings me to the sad state of the swimming pools in Enidale, Eldorado Park, Davidsonville, Windsor. This leaves our children without enjoyment and relaxation space due to vandalism and the dilapidated state that causes of negligence. The stadiums are high risk due to fencing not being replaced. No proper maintenance at all, if no maintenance at all. The security aspect needs to be addressed, as well as what the recreational managers' roles and responsibilities are, because in most of these areas, they are only there for making bookings and not managing the place. Remember, a child in sport is a child out of court. Ons gaan Soweto toe. Salute, PA, salute.
Thank you. ANC, Councillor Mazibuko.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to councillors, leader of caucus, Dada Morera, Angzora.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuko. Councillor from Action SA at the back there, please stop smoking. You can go outside. Action SA caucus leader, your councillor there must stop smoking. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Mazibuko of
Thank you,
ANC.
Speaker. Greetings to councillors, greetings, Speaker, greetings to the leader of the ANC caucus. Allow me to open my speech with a quotation from Yasser Arafat. I come bearing an olive branch in one hand and the freedom fighter's gun in the other. Do not let the olive branch fall from my hand. The Israel-Palestine conflict, a century-old struggle over a tiny but historically significant region, remains steeped in religion, politics, and shifting borders, covering biblical times, Ottoman rule, British occupation, Arab-Israel wars, and decades of conflict. The ever-fluid boundaries of Israel reflect the shifting tides of power politics in the Middle East. In essence, a European power promised the Zionist movement a country where Palestine Arab natives made up more than 90% of the population. With Israel declaring war on Gaza Strip after an unprecedented attack by the armed Palestinian groups of Hamas on Saturday, the world's eyes are again sharply focused on what might come next. But what unfolds in the coming days...
Councillor Mazibuko,
Yes, Chair.
please, you can just remain seated. There's a hand. I can't even say sit down. You can't hear the sound. Can we get the sound sorted? Give a roving mic rather. Even my sound is a bit off now. I must try and balance it.
Am I audible? Okay. In essence, a European power promised the Zionist movement, a country where Palestine's Arab natives made up more than 90% of the population. With Israel declaring war on Gaza Strip after an unprecedented attack by the armed Palestinian group of Hamas on Saturday, the world's eyes are again sharply focused on what might come next. But what unfolds in the coming days and weeks has its seeds in history. Today's weather is but nothing but the symbol of tears of people of Palestine. I think that Nelson Mandela himself would have been extremely proud of what has been done today. I quote Park Stow, Mayor of Johannesburg in 2016. Palestinians unveiled a giant statue of Nelson Mandela in West Bank city of Ramahal. So in essence, as the city of Johannesburg, we continue to support the people of Palestine. In the report for community development, capital infrastructure development remains the focus of the department. A number of arts and culture and heritage services offered through the various programs throughout during the term. Security in our facilities still remains, but a problem for us. But as the African National Congress, we note the report. But Speaker, allow me to also just quote our Nelson Mandela. In a 1997 speech of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestine people, Mandela reaffirmed his support for the Palestine people. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestine. We note the report.
Thank you. EFF, Councillor Zaza. Roving mic.
Bakhona mzala. Ngikuthokozisa ubate. Ona lapho ko nebali lapho until kaba past 12. Ko la.
Thanks. Councillor Mazibuko, we normally say it like this: free, free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the caucus leadership of the EFF, the chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Spetlele Rasirute, our chief whip, Councillor Tabisa Mohabi, and our 29 red battalions and councillors at large. Speaker, the EFF notes the report with the following concerns. Over 90% of the contents of this report are a repetition of previous reports, and it does not address the most important issues that are affecting the citizens of the city. There is still no hope of ever improving our spending on capital projects and repairs and maintenance. Speaker, there is a transformer reported over 4 years ago at a ComDev facility in Orange Farm, affecting a sizable number of young people who are now swimming in dangerous and unhealthy places. ESCOM has been coming for replacements, but only to find that the department is refusing to do their part. There is FEU in this department, which is responsible for repairs and maintenance. These people are flatly refusing to do their work. They are not helping the situation at all. In fact, for the duration that I have been a councillor, I can say without fear of contradiction that they are a causal of our problems. They recently allowed a fire hydrant pipe that was leaking to lose millions of water for about 3 months after it was reported to them. This had to wait for our committee oversight, which eventually reported the leak to Johannesburg Water. Many of our projects are behind schedule, delay and non-payment of invoices. Implementing agencies are doing as they wish and are very arrogant, Speaker. There is no proper accountability. Recently, a young man died at a construction site in Orange Farm, but so far no one has taken responsibility for this. Lastly, councillors, also please allow us to do our work, which we are all paid for. We won't be soft on you because you are eating. We won't be soft on you because we are scared of you. We won't be soft on you because you are connected to Omatubula. Please allow us to do our work. Our oversight work, unfortunately, also include your wards. Our oversight work and political work, unfortunately, will have to be done nowhere else but in your wards. And it's not up to you to decide where we do our work. No threats, no jail, no guns will stop us from doing our work. If you cannot deal with us politically, maybe to kill us will only be the only available option to you. We will never surrender. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, ANC Councillor Mangena.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't use my notes because of the
Councillor
condition
Mangena.
of today.
Councillor Mangena, I don't see you. Just 1 second. Just hold on. Okay, I see you at the back. Can you hear? They can't hear online when they use this, apparently. Perhaps you can give them the roving mic? You'll check that when we break for lunch, but just give them the roving mic for the sake of continuity. Thank you, Councillor Mangena. You can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I was saying I won't use my notes because of the condition of today, because the mics are not working properly. Sometimes we don't hear when other councillors are speaking. Greetings to yourself, Speaker. Greetings to the leader of caucus of the ANC, Councillor Tata Murero. Greetings to the secretary of the ANC in Greater Johannesburg, Comrade Sasabona Manganya. Greetings to the mayor and his executive. Speaker, let me start by congratulating the Springbok for coming home with the trophy. And again, we wish good luck to our 2023 matriculants. We want to see this country educated, so we're going to support all of our learners to make sure that they're doing well. Speaker, we thank our chairperson of the committee for the hard work that she's putting, and the entire committee, even if maybe it's not easy work, but we are pushing to make sure everything goes our direction. So let me thank you. I won't say much, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mangena. MMC Magwenshu.
It's okay.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Speaker, it is true. We are having challenges in terms of security in our facilities. And we believe that the hybrid system that is going to be able to resolve the current challenges that we have in our facilities, which are as a result of vandalism and theft. The issue of non-payment of SMMEs has resulted in our inability to open most of our swimming pools. And Speaker, that one as well is being addressed. In the long run, Speaker, we will have our own panels, and that is at advanced stages. We should have our own panels that will be dealing with repairs and maintenance. That is in the pipeline. The issue that, Speaker, is being raised by councillors of chemicals that are being delivered to non-operational swimming pools, it's an issue that I think the councillors must report, so that if needs be, we're able to take the necessary steps that needs to be taken to address such anomalies. Speaker, it is with great pride to say to this House, TNL will for the very first time be hosted in the city of Johannesburg, which is the netball tournament. On JCT, which is Johannesburg City Theatres, you know, it gives me great pride, Speaker, to actually announce to this House that the long-awaited generator did arrive and was launched, so which therefore means load shedding is a thing of the past in our theatres. We'll never have productions that are stopped because of load shedding. Speaker, the renaming of William Nicol to Mandela Mandela to Winnie Mandela Drive was also our greatest achievement, because we were able to implement a resolution that was taken years back. On the issue of digitization of cemeteries, Speaker, that is one of our priorities. And during adjustment budget, this will be our focus area. With that said, Speaker, I support the report.
Thank you, MMC. The member in charge, Chairperson Arnold.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the response by all councillors are noted. As a committee, we recognize the shortcomings of the department as well as the positive strides that's made. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the coordinator, Tandi Malabane, for her good work, Vuyela Nkumbule, that is currently leaving us as a researcher, and we welcome Kaya, who's going to be our new researcher, as well as Tumelo Ramatoka as our legal advisor. With those words said, Speaker, I recommend that Council approves the fourth quarter performance report of the Department of Community Development, Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, as well as the Joburg City Theatres, noting all the above observations. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 1.51, 2.17, 3.8, and 43.11. Are the items agreed to? Thank you. We are going to do the next item and then break for lunch. So we'll do the next report and then break for lunch. Thank you.
Councillors, we proceed with item 4, which is a performance assessment report for Development Planning Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023, read together with item 5, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Development Agency for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. And lastly, read together with item 44, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2022-23 fourth quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Development Planning Department and Joburg Development Agency for the period January to March 2023.
Thank you, Secretary. Member in charge, Chairperson Kaldin.
Sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Kaldin, just hold on. Councillor Smith.
We can't hear what's going on here. The sound is terrible.
We'll attempt to use the roving mics. Please, let's use the roving mics for this item. They will look into the sound during lunch.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to table the performance oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2022-2023 fourth quarter performance report of the Department of Development Planning and the Johannesburg Development Agency, JDA. Of the 11 applicable KPIs, the Development Planning Department achieved 7, which is 63.6%, which indicates a decline in aggregate performance since the previous quarter when it achieved 82% of its KPIs. Speaker, the JDA had 5 applicable KPIs in quarter 4. 2 of 40% were achieved, 2 of 40% were partially achieved, and 1 of 20% was not achieved. By the end of quarter 4, the JDA had spent 736.6 million, which is 63% of the annual 1.2 billion capex budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. EFF, Councillor Musetla. Councillor Musetla is behind you.
Thanks very much. Greetings to our progressive and beautiful speaker of the people. Greetings to our party leader, Councillor Sipetlela Rasirute, our beautiful chief whip, Councillor Mohapi. Greetings to the 29 battalions and the rest of the councillors. Speaker, it is very disturbing and annoying to see a report which lists the paying before working of the sheriff as a concern, while other service providers must wait and are still owed money, but continue doing work for the city of Johannesburg. Why is this listed as a challenge and not that of contractors? Why are evictions, Speaker, and demolitions done in informal settlements and townships only, when we have buildings, high-rise buildings, which have turned into informal settlement in themselves and are burning every day? Speaker, in the first quarter, we were sitting at 58%. The department improved to 60% in the second quarter, and in the third quarter, improved to 81.8%, but went down in this quarter to 63.6%. Speaker, there's 2 issues or department set in this Department of Development Planning, which are food security and the assistant to ECD centers. Food security is misplaced under development planning and should be taken back to social development for it to function properly. The same goes for ECD centers support, which is the duty of social development. And we as the EFF don't understand why are they sitting in development planning. Unless if we want to claim easy victories, or is the issue of Isandla Semfen. Because it is misplaced ECD centers that are not getting assistance, which are in townships and historical informal settlements like Maibuye, Kliptown, Tembakoza, and many more that are not getting assistance. In terms of staff complement, Speaker, we are very worried that the number has reduced from 445 to 440.
30 seconds.
With the short staffing that we have at the moment. And the worrying factor above that is that the colored and Indian communities are not anywhere to be seen in this department as employees. The inspectors have been given targets of 8 inspections per day, which is why we have buildings that are not inspected properly, because inspectors must hurry their work to meet the targets that they have been given. I thank you.
Thank you. Action essay, Councillor Rakosa. What's happening?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Speaker of Council. Greetings to the Action SA Caucus Leader, Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu. Greetings to Action SA Chief Whip, Councillor Zak Lebatlang, and Fabulous 44. All protocol observed. Action SA appreciates the improvement in the efforts of single law enforcement team. We are, however, concerned that the JDA spent more funds that are allocated to their OPEX budget. Overall, JDA needs more attention from development planning team, as a lot of projects are incomplete and behind schedule. With that said, Action SA welcome and note the report. I thank you.
Thank you. DA, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all councillors and officials present. We are now evaluating the fourth quarter reports for the Department of Development Planning and the Joburg Development Agency, approximately 1 year after the arrival of the new Executive Director, and also taking into account the senior vacancies in the JDA that have also been filled for some time now. With regards to the core department, a comparison of previous quarters does show that there was an improving trend in the percentage of KPIs achieved. However, the latest fourth quarter demonstrates a slight regression, while the financial year as a whole demonstrates a positive improvement when one takes into account the general financial position on the city and how it has impacted on the department. In spite of a generalized improvement, it is important to hone in on a few key areas where the quality and factual content of reporting is in need of serious improvement. Firstly, when reporting on issues attended to by urban inspectors, the rosy percentages seem to be cherry-picked. A survey of ward councils across the city will reveal that although there may be individual inspectors that perform consistently, a majority of councillors experience highly erratic performance from urban inspectors, with attendance to matters being reported taking much longer than the stated 48 hours turnaround time. In addition, feedback after inspections is often non-existent. The reported performance of urban inspectors in quarterly reports does not reflect this reality. The other serious focus point for the DA is the ever-present issues surrounding illegal billboards. Despite the poorly conceived decision to pool all departments' legal budgets with group legal, we feel that this does not exempt individual departments from owning and monitoring the matters that are referred to group legal for action. The problem is not limited to the Department of Development Planning. Quite frankly, it's a city-wide problem. When matters are handed over to group legal, city departments seem to be of the view that their job is now done. Naturally, this creates ongoing situations whereby legal issues are sent to group legal to remain in limbo, with no tracking or follow-up to ensure that these issues are understood correctly, advocates are briefed professionally, and matters are actioned through the courts. We do understand that the city has finite funding for court action, but there must be greater transparency in reporting on which cases are pursued in court and which ones are not. To address this problem, departments such as development planning need to include in their quarterly reports the number of matters referred to group legal and the number of matters that have or are in the process of being actioned through the courts. Accountability must sit jointly with group legal and the Department of Development Planning to ensure greater transparency regarding illegal billboards and all other matters that are referred to legal through the Department of Development Planning. Casting our attention to the JDA, we see that problems which had started to creep into the entity from around 2019 are still there. Firstly, poorly performing contractors remains a problem. This results in project delays, non-payment of workers, as well as wasteful expenditure. The underlying problem is that individual contractors are not required to demonstrate financial viability at the time of tendering. Furthermore, the excuse that it remains impossible to ascertain a contractor's financial health is a bogus one. The Democratic Alliance during the 2016 term of office proved the point that it can be done. There simply seems to be no political will to impose this common sense screening requirement. The second issue of concern with JDA is one which easily predates its contractor problem and, to be fair, is a matter that falls outside of their direct authority. Rather, it is an issue which every city manager for the last 15 years has ignored. This is the problem of interdepartmental debt. For years and years, departments and other MOEs have been failing to reimburse JDA for work done, with the underlying cause being that departments and MOEs simply fail to budget for the work which they know the JDA will be undertaking for them during any given financial year. Naturally, this causes cash flow problems for the JDA and in many instances audit findings, which funny enough should be accredited to the departments and MOEs who fail to make payment. We are aware that the current ED has raised the matter with the city manager, but given the sheer length of time that this problem has persisted, we do not hold our breath waiting for action or accountability to be imposed on departments and MOEs. One thing that we can learn from development planning and the JDA, which actually cuts across the city, is that political instability has an obvious knock-on effect within the civil service. In an ideal world, it is the civil service that is meant to provide continuity of planning and action, despite political administrations coming and going. Unfortunately, we need to accept that our civil service is not always up to that role, and we as politicians need to own the consequences that come out of our fighting and jockeying for position. Since the collapse of the Mashaba coalition, the city has largely downed tools and accepted the inevitable consequences of poor financial planning, lack of accountability, and minimal maintenance of essential infrastructure. The city of Joburg is not too big to fail, and all of us need to be wary of short-sighted gains. The role that development planning in particular plays in managing, shaping, and guiding the city's long-term development cannot be understated. In effect, spatial and development planning impact on cities' ability to grow economically and to accommodate an ever-growing population. We have a serious mission on our hands. There was a light at the end of the tunnel in the form of a golden start, which merged into a golden plan and now seems to be a soap opera of political myopia. We as politicians and civil servants need to remember that we exist to build and guide the future for the residents of Johannesburg. We are writing the next few chapters in our city's history. Let us be mindful of what characters we want to play, and we can all start by being people that residents can actually respect.
Thank you. ANC Councillor Mukwari.
Greetings to you, Speaker. Let me also greet the leader of caucus of the ANC, Dada Morero, fellow councillors. As the ANC would like to note this report, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mkwina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to all councillors. Madam Speaker, let me answer the concerns from councillors. I think maybe let me start with the one of Councillor Mosehla on the demolitions. We note his concern, but he must also understand that we are doing our work. So demolition of buildings is part of our work, regardless of where it is happening. So officials are responding to the work that must be done, but we'll monitor as to where the trend is. If there's a trend that it's done in particular areas and in other areas demolitions are not done, then we'll definitely monitor that. In terms of payments to SMMEs, I think we are working around the clock to make sure that SMMEs are paid. We have received a number of SMMEs concerns that they are not being paid by the main contractors, but we are definitely attending to that. We'll see some improvement going forward. I think on the issue of the food security, we need to maybe to have a session, perhaps at section 79, to understand why we have that at development planning, including the ECD issue, because at development planning, that's where we deal with compliance. We assist ECDs to comply in terms of running of their ECDs. So that's why it's there, but we'll further assist the committee, perhaps in bringing the presentation or some form of a workshop to the Section 79 committee. On staff complement, I think, Madam Speaker, through you, the ED of development planning is an Indian. So I just want to disqualify what Councillor Msretla was saying earlier on, that there is not even one Indian or coloureds at development planning. So for instance, the ED is an Indian, and we do have Indians and coloureds at development planning, so it should not be an issue. The issue of vacancies as well, the concern that is raising, we have officials that have resigned, hence the number has actually went down, but we will be replacing or recruiting and to fill those positions that are now vacant. We are also attending to the vacancies at JDA, the executives there at JDA, which in the next quarter, the report will specify in terms of how far we are, and there is progress there as well. We have also attended to the issue of appeals. In the next quarter, it will be reported. I was still waiting for the delegations from the executive mayor, which are now here in the office. So we are definitely attending to appeals, and appeals reports will then serve at Section 79 in the next meeting. I want to also make it make a point that and rest assured, councillors, that the political will is there. It's important also for us to work together. Where there are loopholes, we are always open to discussions so that we address where we are not doing well. And together, I believe that we can do more. And there should be consequence management. I agree that people who are not working must really be attended to, and it's something that we're working on as a department. I think for now, let me safely say that in case I did not hear other comments, I would just want to note, and we can further discuss with councillors at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Chair Kaldin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, following these observations, the committee recommends that Council approves the Section 79 Development Planning Committee Oversight Report and the fourth quarter performance reports of the Department of the Development Planning and Johannesburg Development Agency. PA via Orlando, 25th November. Salute, Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendations are on pages 4.3, 5.6, and 44.10 to 44.11. Are the items agreed to? Thank you, councillors. We are now going to break for lunch for half an hour. It's close by. Where you had breakfast, that's where lunch is served. So let us be back here by 2:15. 2:15, half an hour lunch break. Thank you, councillors.
come on, come on.
Nothing, so nobody wants.
When you speak. Yeah, after trouble to
Yeah,
Yeah, no, we are going to.
just note the report and finish on paper.
Yeah, now so if we are coming back, yes. Yeah, now we are. What? When's our next chat? What our phone? After the back.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table.
DAT. Or DNA Labour Caucus. This DA is too much. Don't go their caucus. It's a big caucus. Yeah, yeah.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
You got that one.
Yes. Yeah, but it's working. It needs just only to be read.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
So I can. Oh, they will take the.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
Thank you, councillors. We are good to go. We are ready to proceed. Kenna, this is. Thank you, councillors. Items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 45 have already been tabled. The member in charge is Councillor Mhlongo. Yes, Councillor Mhlongo, you can hold a whip of council.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings. Speaker, I would kindly request just 10 minutes with the Wipari.
Thank you, whip. 10 minutes, granted. Thank you. you. Thank you, councillors. Can I ask that all the councillors come and sit down? Councillors that are standing at the back, please take your seats. And councillors sitting in front. Thank you, councillors. Whip of council. Councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We had in fact agreed with the majority of whips that we are going to note the items, but the DA had requested that they would want to speak on 4 items, and the FF Plus wants to speak on 3 items, and I think EFF on 2 items. Actually, I want to speak on, I think it's 16 items, Speaker, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so, but in principle, we've agreed that we are going to note the items, and we are going to cut on time as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Whip. Councillors, based on the feedback from the Whip and also the flash flood warning that has been received, we are going to note all the items and the speakers will speak as has been communicated to me. So the secretary is going to read all items into record. So allow him to read. It's going to be a long list. All items will be read into record. Then I'll go back and call the speakers per the items indicated to speak, and then we note the reports. I think that will assist us and save time. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we proceed with tabling the following items. Item 10, which is a performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 11, which is a performance assessment report for the City Power Johannesburg for 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 12, which is a performance assessment report for Johannesburg Water for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 13, the performance assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. And lastly, read together with item 46, which is an oversight report of Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2022-23 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up Johannesburg Pick It Up Johannesburg, Johannesburg Water and Johannesburg City Power for the period 1st April to the 30th June 2023. Also, item 14 is performance assessment report for Group Finance Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023, read together with item 15, which is a performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 47, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2022-23 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period April to June 2023. Moving to item 16 as the performance assessment report for the Health Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023, read together with item 17, which is a performance assessment report for the Social Development Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 48, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Health and Social Development Committee on the 2022-23 fourth quarter budget and performance assessment report of Health Department and Social Development Department for the period April to June 2023. Moving to item 18 is a performance assessment report for Office of the City Manager for the 2022-23 financial year for the period October to December 2022. Also read together with item 19, which is a performance assessment report for Office of the City Manager of the, for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. And also read together with item 49 is an oversight report of the Governance Section 79 Committee on the second quarter performance assessment report of the Office of the Chief Operating Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy, Policy Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizens Relations and Urban Management, Group Communication and Marketing, Group Legal and Contracts, Group Risk and Assurance Services, and Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period October to December 2022. And all the above items are read together with item 50, which is an oversight report of the Governance Section 79 on the fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Office of the Chief Operations Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy, Policy Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizens Relations and Urban Management, Group Communication and Marketing, Group Legal and Contracts, Group Risk and Assurance Services, Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period April to June 2023. And moving to item 20 is a performance assessment report for the Human Settlements Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June, read together with item 21, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023. And both items read together with item 51, which is an oversight report on Human Settlements Section 79 Committee on the 2022-23 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Human Settlement and the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the period April to June 2023. Moving to item 22 is a performance assessment report for the Office of the Ombudsman for the 2022-23 financial year, fourth quarter for the period April to June 2023, read with item 23, which is a performance assessment report for the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for the 2022-23 financial year, fourth quarter for the period April to June 2023. Also read together with item 52, which is an oversight report of OCOL on the 2022-23 fourth quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Legislature of the City of Johannesburg, Office of the Ombudsman for the period April to June 2023. And the above items are read together with item 53, which is an oversight report of OCOL on the 2022-23 fourth quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Legislature of the City of Johannesburg for the period April to June 2023. Moving to item 24 is a fourth quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petitions Standing Committee for the period April to June 2023. Item 25 is Supply Chain Management Policy Review Report. Item 26 is a Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report reflecting bids considered and approved by the Bid Adjudication Committee for the period of 1st January to 31st March 2023. Item 27 is a Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report reflecting bids considered by the Bid Adjudication Committee for the period of 1st July to 30th September 2022. And item 28 is a Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report reflecting bids considered and approved by the Bid Adjudication Committee for the period of 1st October to 31st December 2022. And also Group Strategic item 29, which is Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report for the period 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2022. Item 30 is the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report for the period 1st October 2022 to 31st December 2022. And item 31 is Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operation Status Report for the period 1st January 2023 to the 31st March 2023. And item 32 is the Supply Chain Management EAC Deviation and Rectification Report that were considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period July 2022 to September 2022. Item 33 is Supply Chain Management EAC Deviation and Rectification Report that were considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period of October 2022 to December 2022. Item 34 is the Supply Chain Management EAC Deviation and Rectification Report that were considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period January 2023 to March 2023. Item 35, the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 28 February 2023. Item 36 is the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st March 2023. Item 37 is an oversight visit report of the Section 79 Finance Committee to Orange Farm and Lenasia Revenue Center on the 22 of August 2023. Item 38 is an oversight visit to Florov by the Section 79 Human Settlement Committee on the 14th March 2023. Item 39 is an oversight report to informal settlement upgrades in Meriting and Naledi by the Section 79 Human Settlements Committee on the 22nd June 2023. Item 40 is an oversight report to Riverside View Megacity and Alexandra Flats by Section 79 Human Settlement Committee. Item 41 is an oversight visit to University of Johannesburg Construction Innovation Technologies by the Section 79 Human Settlements Committee on the 3rd of May 2023. Item 42 is terms of reference of Section 79 Economic Development Committee. Item 54 is the public participation for community-based planning, September to November 2023. Item 55 is the motivation that Council certify as irrecoverable and write-off irregular and unauthorized expenditure for September 2023. Item 56 is a performance assessment report for the Transport Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023, read together with item 57, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Roads Agency for the period for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023, and read together also with item 58, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023, and all read together with item 59, which is an oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Transport Department, Metro Bus, and Johannesburg Road Agency for the period April to June 2023. We move to item 60, which is a performance assessment report for the Group Corporate and Shared Services Department for the 2022-23 financial year for the period April to June 2023, and read together with item 61, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Corporate Shared Services Committee on the 2022-23 fourth budget and performance assessment, fourth quarter budget and performance assessment report of Group Corporate and Shared Services for the period April to June 2023. Item 62 is a short-term funding in 2023-24 financial year from Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA. And item 63 is council to note the contract extension for commercial bank services contract A448 with Standard Bank of South Africa to finalize the transition phase for the procurement of the new contract.
Sorry. Yes.
Sorry. Item 64 is an approval of final performance evaluation results of managers directly accountable to the city manager which is Section 57 managers for 2021-22 financial year. Item 65 is an approval of final performance evaluation results of the city manager for the 2021-22 financial year. Item 66 is acceptance of the HIV/AIDS conditional grant from the Gauteng Department of Health to implement the HIV and AIDS door-to-door HIV education program and AIDS Council coordination for the 2023-24 financial year. Item 67 is a group strategic supply chain management operational status report for the period 1st April 2023 to 30th June 2023. Item 68 is group strategic supply chain management EAC deviation and rectification report that were considered and approved by the accounting officer for the period April 2023 to June 2023. Item 69 is Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report reflecting bids considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period of 1st April to 30th June 2023. Item 70 is Zanspruit and Surrounding Areas Transport Master Plan for 2022. Item 71 is request for approval of the Transport Master Plan and Implementation Plan for the Randburg Central Bus District for 2023. Item 72, City of Johannesburg Water Security Strategy. Item 73, City of Johannesburg Sanitation Policy. And item 74 is request for approval of the reviewed municipal plan bylaw for 2016, and also item lastly 75, which is changes in membership of the various Section 79 committees. Thanks.
So much, Secretary. Thank you, Secretary. Councillors, we will start with items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 45. We have 3 speakers, Action SA, Freedom Front Plus, and DA. So the member in charge, Chairperson Mhlongo, you can table the report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to the Executive Mayor, together with his entire mayoral committee. Greetings to my caucus leader, Councillor Arnold, and greetings to my fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, I raise to table item 6, 7, 8, 9, and 45 as read out by the Secretary to Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Action SA, Councillor Mwate.
Greetings to you, Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Action SA Caucus Leader, Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu, our guests, fellow councillors, and special greetings goes to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 8, Performance Assessment Report on the Joburg Property Company for the 2022-2023 financial year and for the period April to 2023 June. According to this report, JPC achieved an after-tax profit of 34.7 million in quarter 4 with a solvency ratio of 0.98 over 1 and a liquidity ratio of 0.94 over 1, that the JPC assets increased by 293.3 million alongside a corresponding rise in liabilities, leaving an impression that the company remains commercially solvent with 249 million accessible from its sweeping account. Speaker, acceptable solvency ratios vary from industry to industry, but as a general rule of thumb, a solvency ratio of less than 20% or 30% is considered financially healthy. The lower a company's solvency ratio, the greater the probability that the company will default on its debt obligations, and if the ratio falls to 1.5 or below, it may indicate that a company will have difficulty meeting the interest on its debts. Contrary to the above, during the same fourth quarter of 2022, 2023, the entity identified irregular expenditure of 151 million due to the rise in the irregular expenditure on fleet services and non-compliance with MFMA, amongst others. Versus these irregular expenditures as recorded are later to be written off, thus encouraging the culture of attracting irregular expenditures, knowing clearly that they will just be written off at a later stage. Action SA notes that although there has been an improvement of some sort as opposed to the previous quota, there also has been an element of irregular expenditure, and we will keep an eagle's eye supervision on these trends to ensure that irregular expenditure are a thing of the past, with the main concern being that irregular expenditures create the space for fraud and corruption, which in turn obstructs service delivery and undermines public confidence in us as councillors. Hence, we will always advocate for ethical leadership as Action SA. Speaker, one of the interesting values of Action SA has been noted with great enthusiasm in this report, which is an element of economic prosperity. The report points to an endeavor of launching a property academy in partnership with the South African Institute of Black Property Practitioners, providing training opportunities for youth in property and facility management, and that is exactly what economic prosperity is about under our values. However, the report is silent on how the progress is unfolding thus far. We therefore call upon JPC to ensure that such initiatives are not just lip services but are implemented, and not only to the selective and politically connected, but to the actual beneficiaries who are the residents of the city of Joburg, without contaminating the same effort with political party obsessions and biasness. On the highs and lows, the lowlights are that the entity has not achieved 3 of its 20 KPIs. Apparently, the target depended on the transactions reports for leases being approved by council, and that the reports have not been approved by council. The consequence of reports not getting signed is a reduction in income. Speaker, someone is sleeping on duty here. As for the informal traders, the report informs us about the traders that are resisting to pay their monthly rentals due to a lack of making a profit in their businesses. The report does not advise what the solution will be to this problem, because indeed it is a problem that the city will have traders who will
30
use...
seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Who will use the loophole to shy away from paying the company that which is due to them. Speaker, this report doesn't address the burning issue JPC is facing, let alone the Metro Center in Braamfontein, irrespective of how often the safety red flags were raised. Hence, we find ourselves gathered here in this tourism building that not even the executive mayor could give us answers for. This is yet another signal of incompetency from above. Speaker, again and again, someone is sleeping on duty, this time under your watch. Action SA notes the report with reservations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Lange, Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to start on a positive note, all protocol observed. Congratulations to the Joburg Fresh Produce Market. If all the entities and departments in the city of Joburg is run like that entity, we would be the best city in Africa. And also Charles Hamilton's resignation, or I think he went on pension. You've got huge shoes to fill within that entity, and I hope you can keep on doing the good work. Speaker, all departments and especially entities has, over the last few years, has fallen into the trap of over-projecting on their KPIs, over-projecting on budget allocations, underspending, and really just setting the bar way too high for themselves and failing every single fourth quarter. And I will just elaborate on a few facts just for saving time. On the investment side, there was a target of 35 billion set for the financial year. They only could reach about 11.37 billion, and now the target has been revised down for the next financial year to 19 billion. That is, again, don't set the target so high because you keep on failing to actually reach these. What was a bit concerning is the ease of doing business. That is a global ranking. Johannesburg is the ranking for South Africa. We are not ranked at the moment because there was a major problem, and I read the following, that discontinuation as a result of an investigation on the credibility of the information. So the global ranking agency didn't believe the information that the city provided, and we do not have a ranking anymore. That is very concerning. On the CAPEX, or the OPEX, 192 billion, this is exactly what I spoke about. 48% was spent year to date, but 100% was committed. Why do the departments, especially through supply chain management, keep on underspending, and then in the fourth quarter they want to play catch up? And unfortunately, this is going to catch up with them because they cannot spend their OPEX and their CAPEX properly. Then on the Joburg property side, Soweto Gate, there's a massive opportunity. I see the tender is open again because we couldn't find a proper person to tender for that development, and there is massive job opportunities that can flow out of the Soweto Gate area. Then again, the SAP integration of municipal-owned entities. Madam Speaker, we have been down this line with SAP.
30 seconds.
Thank you. And the problem is we couldn't get it right. How much was we spent again with integration with SAP? Bad debts, 1.3 billion for JPC, which is concerning. 420 million of that is for cleaning services. Rental collection, 31% under budget. Outdoor advertising under budget. OPEX 2.7% under budget. And on the portfolio, the revenue received is 78 billion on 128 million. We keep on setting the bar way too high, and we must start looking at realistic targets for the department and the entities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Delange. Next, the Democratic Alliance, Councillor Reddy.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. I rise to speak on item 8, JPC Performance Assessment Report for fourth quarter. JPC is painting a picture that portrays this entity in a financially positive light by posting a 34.7 million rand profit, by achieving 85% of their KPIs. That's only 17 out of 20 KPIs, not a lot. And painting a picture that shows JPC on an upward trajectory. One project KPI, the value of 2 billion rand, was miraculously met in the fourth quarter. This is a very familiar figure, 2 billion rand. One can't help but wonder if it's related to Metro House. If one doesn't read further into the report, one would be deceived into believing that the property company is turning around after years of decline. This is quite the opposite picture. Creative writing is just that, the manipulation of words that create a false perception of the actual reality, which is JPC is technically insolvent. With a solvency ratio of 0.98 to 1, JPC is unable or would be unable to pay all its debts if called upon to do so. Yes, JPC claims to be commercially solvent, but that is only its ability to pay debts as and when it arises. Acceptable business solvency ratios are 2 to 1. You need to have more money or assets than your debt. This company is so highly leveraged and so deep in debt that in order to show a profit, JPC is reducing spend in the one area that affects all of us the most, repairs and maintenance. Repairs and maintenance is a crucial function that ensures our buildings are functional and fit for purpose and use. Regular or periodic inspections would ensure that the checks and balances are maintained to ensure vital equipment like transformers or generators do not fail. And most importantly, they all don't fail at once. This type of failure we are currently experiencing at Eskom, which is why we have to endure load shedding. And this is one of the reasons why we are sitting in this room today. This begs the question, what are the targets and KPIs set by JPC that are actually based on? Because for a multi-billion rand company that has over 29,000 properties, 34.7 million rand is not a lot of money. It is the equivalent of 1,156 rand per building. This is a company whose primary business is property management and leasing, property management and leasing. Yet the city of Johannesburg does not use the buildings they own, but we lease them from private companies at considerable expense. The management of leases is another area where JPC continues to fail, with UIFW at approximately 147 million rand, with leases accounting for almost 100 million in irregular spending. With this company in such dire financial straits, one would think that stricter financial measures would be taken to stem wasteful expenditure. Over the past 2 years, we in Economic Development Section 79 Committee have continuously received assurances from the CEO of JPC, Ellen Bottas, that there will be a turnaround strategy presented to the committee and put into place, but JPC has failed to meet this one requirement that we have of them. We cannot condone such poor fiscal management of a company, and we call for the liquidation of JPC with the current CEO and board to be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mnisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip of Council, the leader of the ANC caucus, Section 79 Committee Chair, fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, we welcome the inputs emanating from the report. We have also noted the inputs and recommendations from members. Madam Speaker, for the first time in the history of the city of Johannesburg, it should be noted that Joburg Market achieved a significant milestone by achieving a turnover that exceeds 10 billion rands. The Joburg Market continues to be a high-performing entity in the city of Johannesburg, in spite of its aging infrastructure, which urgently needs our attention as the city. We are making an appeal to the MMC of Finance to consider increasing the city's investment in our market infrastructure, which will not only maintain its performance, but increase its potential to reach even greater heights. Madam Speaker, we are also determined to digitize the market so that it continues to be relevant to the rapidly changing market environment. This will not only further modernize the market, but also ensure that it achieves the goal of becoming a smart market in line with the smart city priority. A smart market will also ensure that the market's current financial sustainability is maintained and protected in line with the GLU priorities. When we took over as the government of local unity, we made good governance to be one of our key priorities. I am happy to report that the board and the management team ensured that there are no internal audit and auditors general's findings at Joburg Market. Madam Speaker, we were able to release 177 properties for the transfer of residential homes to beneficiaries in line with the city's service delivery mandate. The team at JPC has embarked on a program that pays special attention on bad buildings within the inner city. Madam Speaker, we convey our sincere condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the fire incidents which recently occurred in the inner city. The government of local unity is working tirelessly in a bid to prevent a reoccurrence of the latter. It should also be noted, Madam Speaker, that we are working tirelessly to address the legacy unsigned reports that we found in the department. In this quarter, it should also be noted that the entity performed exceptionally well. It has moved from 30% to 80%, Madam Speaker. As I conclude, the milestones we were able to achieve affirms the implementation of the GLU priorities that were outlined by the Executive Mayor. We further pledge to advance the 24th Growth and Development Strategy, which outlines the type of a city we seek to achieve in Joburg, a smart city, a city that is accessible and provides access to services for all residents. As I take my seat, Madam Speaker, we wish all the matriculants a success in their exams. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Mhlongo, Chairperson Mhlongo.
Thank you once more, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with all the comments and observations made by the members of the committee, I would like to assure the Council that from where we are as the committee. Let me borrow from the words of our former president, His Excellency Kgalema Montante, when he once said, "We cannot fix the beginning, but from where we are, we can fix the ending." Close quote. With those words, Madam Speaker, let me thank all the committee members and the legal advisor, researcher, and the coordinator for the splendid job they are doing to hold the executive to account. We ask the council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 6.5, 7.8, 8.14, 9.3, and 45.8 to 45.9. Are the items agreed to? Thank you. We're going to move to the next items, and I'm going to appeal once again to councillors, please mind the time. We have been warned, flash floods and load shedding. I don't want to release councillors beyond 5:30. It will not be prudent on my part. So I'm asking if you've got truly something that you wish to communicate, it's burning, it can always be shared through the WIPARI platform. Your speeches can be shared. Just summarize what you have to say so that we keep the timing. The next item, item 10, item 11, item 12, item 13, item 46. I've got 3 speakers, Action SA, Freedom Front, and DA. And member in charge, Councillor Musa, you will now table the report. Can we have the roving mic, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honorable Al-Jama Executive Mayor, Commander, the Chief Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs and the esteemed MMCs, all chairpersons of the respective Section 79 committees, distinguished leaders of all political parties, fellow councillors, managers and officials of the council, the city manager, distinguished guests, media and fellow citizens. Let me also mention all protocols observed at the same time, the progeny of the human race that we respect in peace. I, Imran Musa from the Al-Jama Party, firstly want to thank the EISD Section 79 Committee for the sterling work and inputs
and the valuable contributions and the collaborative nature of assisting with regards to our committee and assisting with regards to their presence. I applaud you and I thank you for collaborating and working in a manner that was not very political, but having the service delivery first for the city of Johannesburg. I thank you to ensure that the services provided by this very important entity is continued in the manner that you have been contributing to. I also, at the same time, must observe respect and peace to the progeny of our ancestors, Abram and Adam. As much as I am a patriotic South African, I am at the same time a patriotic humanitarian. I stand for basic human rights and necessities in my portfolio as a chairperson of EISD, trying best to ensure services to the best of our ability. Presently, I am highly emotional and strong in my unequivocal support for basic services to be provided to any human on earth, and I will be failing in my duty to ensure internationally that no human is subjected and deprived of water or electricity in my portfolio. These are humans that are dying on a daily basis due to the atrocities that are ignored. The UN has ruled on this issue. The United Nations ruling has been ignored to adhere to basic human rights and necessities. One of the reasons we shortened these motions today is that we feel cold. And I can imagine how those Palestinians that are thrown out of their land, how cold they must be feeling. I feel as a human being, emotional, and I wish to implicitly express the rights of the oppressed. I am a human, and so are all those in Palestine that are deprived of basic necessities and rights. We must take our rightful stand, to stand up for those that have suffered for 75 years and now without water. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea. Thank you.
Thank you. We start with the Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Schmidt.
Speaker, I rise to discuss city power and Joburg water. The situation in this report and subsequent to this report is that things have not got better, things have got worse. Chair, can we please get a bit of silence in the hall here?
Councillors, Councillor Musa, everybody was listening when you were talking. Can we please sit down, councillors? Proceed, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Smith, please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. The situation has got worse since this report came out. There's been parts of the south that have been sitting without water since middle of August. There is parts of the south that have been sitting without electricity for days on end. Things are not getting better. And what's really knocking me at the moment is the fact that officials do not respond to councillors' queries. If you ask them for feedback, you get ignored. I brought this up in the Section 79 committee. And I also want to bring up the issue relating to Joburg Water, and the Environment Department needs to do a full-on investigation as to sewage leakages that they are not attending to, and specifically I refer to the pump station for Lift and Freda, which I have been raising for months, and nothing has been done about it. I got a report from them 2 days ago. It's a copy and paste. I will give you a copy of it. It's a copy and paste situation where they copied from one other station to another and sent me the report thinking that it would keep me quiet. Well, it hasn't. And it's time that the officials started to understand that we are councillors and that we need to be answered, because the community is tired of waiting. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coogan, Democratic Alliance. Not here. Thank you. Councillor Bitka.
Madam Speaker, all councillors. I'm speaking to the fourth quarterly reports of City Power and Joburg Water, even though they both tell us very little of what is really happening in these entities. We rather need to read between the lines and speak about what is being hidden. Firstly, City Power refers to the lapsing of the vehicle contract as a stumbling block. The delay in the replacement of the same needs to be questioned, same as we need to question who the new suppliers are. Next, they mention a lack of payments made to security suppliers. Yet theft is at an absolute high. Now finally, at this present moment, they are getting the security management off the ground, which is rather late. They never, after all, they already lost more than their annual budget for replacement mini substations in the first 3 months. Now to the lack of income. It shows a desperation that is so great that City Power decides to cut off prepaid customers for not buying as before, even though they can clearly see that they have installed solar power. This goes totally against the Constitution, which states that you are innocent until proven guilty, rather than, as City Power does, which deems the customer guilty and insists on the customer proving their innocence. Lastly, their communication, especially after hours, is a total failure, but it's still better than Joburg Water. And now to Joburg Water. Same as City Power, they refer to the lapsing of the vehicle contract and blame it for the lack of maintenance of their sewer system. However, when looking at the ingress of rainwater into the supposedly sealed system and the growth of roots, which is far more than a 3 to 6 months issue, this is far from the truth. Here again, we need to have a good look at the new contracts entered into with apparently 10 different suppliers. The resulting failure of the sewer system has resulted in a total destruction of our waterways. This has already caused cholera outbreaks, yet the results of our water tests, which are done in all our rivers, are being omitted from our quarterly reports. Next is the interaction of Joburg Water with Rand Water and the national government, which is far from the necessary assertive stance required. We as the city are the consumers, and as such should be throwing the Consumer Act into the equation. Rand Water, in their lack of expansion, and the national government, in their lack of increasing the water license, have failed in their required commitment to supply water to Gauteng. Lastly, the fact that we have over 40% of non-revenue water, with over 20% being for technical losses, speaks volumes, especially as we only replace 28 kilometers of water pipes per annum. The reason for the technical losses is pipe bursts, mainly on the ancient AC pipes. However, what is not mentioned is that most of these bursts are due to high water pressure caused by failing pressure control valves because of a lack of proper maintenance. Reducing our non-revenue water by 50% to come down to a manageable 20% would make a huge amount of money available, which would automatically pay for the necessary technical expenses. Thus, in summary, I have to stress that these quarterlies are a total waste of time and should have been thrown out by the Section 79 committee. But as we have only just had our strategic committee session in years, it is no wonder that there is a total lack of proper application by the Section 79, which hopefully will change in time to come. Lastly, I have to add that the concern for the residents of this once vibrant city is amply demonstrated at this time. While we are facing a crisis of lack of water and a failing power system, by the fact that the city manager decided to take the most senior management of City Power and Joburg Water on an overseas jaunt. But then again, let us not forget that Nero was fiddling while Rome was burning. And let us hope that this current government goes the same way as the Roman Empire. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bitcow. MMC Squaila. Sorry, MMC, just please hold on. I missed Action SA, Councillor Mashala. Action SA, Councillor Mashala.
Speaker of Council, Caucus Leader of Action SA, the Executive Mayor, esteemed guests, fellow councillors, I greet you all. Madam Speaker, it's really disheartening for us as Action SA to bring this up in this House again. We have these entities here whose main objective is to render basic service delivery and revenue collection for the city. But as we speak, there is little to none of these effects. With city power, it goes without saying that due to load shedding, our communities are constantly battling darkness, meaning that our residents feel even less safe in our city. Furthermore, residents now suffer water shedding as a result of load shedding, both of which have come to be a painful thorn in our people's lives. Residents of Ferreirasdorp, Brixton, and many more are unfortunately at the receiving end of this dereliction of duty by Joburg Water. These affected community members have even resorted to bracing the rain and cold to peacefully protest outside for their basic human right to have access to water. As we speak, City Power is sitting at more than $1 billion in deficit. The same City Power is owed close to $8 billion by both private and government departments. Speaker, City Power contributes to more than 30% of revenue in the city. So we would like to know what the MMC's plan is to recover this $8 billion from these government departments, and what his strategy is to improve revenue collection efforts for the city. The power utility must exert pressure by shutting down services of all those who owe the city and are able to pay so as to enable the city to effectively manage continued services to the indigent among us who are unable to pay. And Speaker, if the MMC has no plan, Action SA is here to guide him in making sure that we get these entities to work for our people. Action SA note this report. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Squaila.
Thanks, Speaker of Council. Good afternoon to yourself, Executive Mayor, Leader of Caucus of the ANC, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Committee, and obviously Chairperson of the Committee of ESDS, fellow councillors present. Speaker, let me acknowledge matters and issues raised by councillors in this meeting, and obviously indicate that there is a work in progress that has been done by both the Joburg Water and City Power in terms of the collection of revenue. You might have witnessed on quite several occasions across the city where City Power going around disconnecting customers that are in the city of Johannesburg. We are doing this, Speaker, across the city and across all societies. We have done it in informal settlement, in suburbs, and also in business. We are also looking forward in these coming days to go to government department that owes city services. So those are part of the strategies that we have employed to recover funds and make sure that the city of Johannesburg will continue to have money. Let me also indicate, Speaker, that we are busy installing prepaid meters in various areas in the city of Johannesburg, including Cosmo, part of Soweto, and so on. So engaging councillors and communities in terms of the date and time in which such meters are going to be operational or activated. Such initiative will assist in terms of city getting its own revenue, because we believe that residents must pay for services that they're consuming. I think we'll look at such matters that are raised by other councillors, such as Bitcow, in terms of the payment of suppliers, that I can believe that across the city we are experiencing such. And also let me touch on the issue of sewer that is flowing within our river streams, Speaker. This matter is a concern to myself and the department. Now, when you are around Jukske, around Bruma Lakes, you see that the water is changing color, becoming green. That's a clear indication that it's sewer, in fact. And part of our funding, it means that there are areas where our people are using their own plumbers to connect them sewer instead of coming to the city of Johannesburg for such particular changes, because they would not want to pay for extra services that they are applying. And as a result, such plumbers then connect this sewer in a KI that's supposed to, in fact, take rainwater instead of sewer coming from our own systems. Now we'll be running a community programs where we're going to conscientize our community around this particular issue. We take this matter very, very seriously speaking. I must also indicate that the city of Johannesburg, we must begin to exercise a water saving mechanism, because I think we are consuming obviously way above a license requirement. There are discussions with Rent Water, and they are saying that we must cut water per household consumption. Otherwise, then we must then apply for additional license, which we wouldn't be able to afford as the city of Johannesburg. But we'll obviously using Joburg Water to continue to do those campaigns to our own community to save water. Speaker, I must indicate here that as city of Johannesburg, we are facing a predicament that in fact we are struggling to recover after rainwater water outage. It will take us 2 to 3 weeks, at some stage even more. I'm told even the area where we are, commando system, is normally the last one to recover. There are other parts of the system where we don't have water. So where there's a city and this government of City of Johannesburg, we must begin to think of investing in our own water harvestation, purification system plants. Then we move our way to 100% independent on rainwater speak. Again, I must indicate that some of these challenges are as a result of various contributions, such as migration that are coming in Johannesburg. We keep on witnessing more than 15,000 monthly people who are migrating in Johannesburg. And as a result, this brings strain to this particular entities, speaker. There are plans, I must indicate, that we must have a cleaner Johannesburg. There are programs within Pick It Up of deploying recently deployed cooperatives and EPWP programs that are going to be targeting in cleaning mainly inner city and other cities across, and also informal settlement in the whole city of Johannesburg. There's a program that is under discussion currently between economic development and public safety to bring about a comprehensive long-term strategy to have the city cleaned altogether. Because we could have learned that part of the problem is actually a bylaw enforcement within the city of
Time is
Johannesburg.
up.
Thanks, Speaker,
Thank you.
for the time. Let's report be noted.
Chairperson. Chairperson Musa. Must close the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, we humbly request that items be noted. Thank you and approved.
Thank you. Councillors, the recommendations on pages 10.4, 11.2, 12.3, 13.5, and 46.25 to 46.26 are the items agreed to. Thank you. We move on to item 14, 15, and 47. We have one speaker, Freedom Front Plus. I will ask the member in charge, Chairperson Sisedinyana, to table the report.
Thank you, Speaker. The Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungo, the leader of the caucus of the African National Congress, Councillor Dada Morero, fellow chairpersons of Section 79 committees, MMCs, councillors. I rise to table item 14, 15, 16 for the consideration of this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member in charge. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, all councillors, all protocol reserved. I rise on item number 14, Group Finance Report for the fourth quarter. Firstly, I think we have to congratulate the city that we really got very close to achieving our adjusted budget figures, as was adjusted despite of the heavy phases of load shedding. So we did very well there. Also on the collection, after we had a terrible month in March with the system failure, our collections went up very, very well, and we got very close to our target of 90%, just getting shy of 88.5%. However, Madam Speaker, there are two very serious points of concern that I want to raise on this report. The firstly is the issue of the rising debt. We all know that 52% of our debtors book is attributed to water, compared to only 17% to electricity. So we clearly can see that our water users are not paying their bills. And this is not because COVID-19, this is not because of economic circumstances, this is because of a culture of non-payment. So why is electricity only 17% and water 52%? It's also underpinned by our prepaid water billing. We only built 55% of our budget on prepaid water, 45% down on budget. There's only one reason for this, Madam Speaker, and this is the bypassing of water meters. Water is a serious, serious problem, and our city will never become a world-class city if this culture of non-payment is not stopped. The other point that I want to raise is service delivery. Our mayor spoke about service delivery on ground level. Also, in our billing department, we got a target of 90% query resolving within 30 days. Our actual achievement in Q3 was 54%. In Q4, this went down to 49%. Instead of 90%, we only achieved 49%, nearly half of this. We cannot expect residents to pay if they are not satisfied with their accounts. And I close off with the debt rehab. We had 21,000 applications. Only 4,000 write-offs were done up until the end of the fourth quarter. 20%, 80% are still outstanding. This cannot be, Madam Speaker. We need to resolve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker of Council, the Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip of Council. I would like to note all the comments as made by Councillor Boer, which I think they will help us to attend to the gaps in our report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Chairperson, Cesariani. Please assist with the microphone. IT, please assist with the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me thank the input, of course, and as well to take this opportunity to thank all leaders of political parties for their contribution and support staff as well as legal team, as I also wish to forward this for the consideration by Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 14.3, 15.2, and 47.8. Are the items agreed to? Thank you. We'll now move to items 16, 17, and 48. We don't have any speakers on that item. We'll go straight to the recommendations. The recommendations on pages 16.7, 17.129, and 48.18 are the items agreed to. Thank you. We move to item 18, 19, 49, and 50. We only have one speaker action essay. Chairperson Nontenja is not here. I will ask any member of the committee just to table the report. Any member of the governance committee table the report for us? Councillors, do we have members of the governance committee where Chairperson Nontenja is the chair? Just rise and table the report. You don't have to make a speech. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to table item 18, which is the performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for 2022-2023 financial year, period October to December, as well as item 19, performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager 2022 to 2023 financial year, April to June 2023, as well as item 49, which is the Oversight report of the Governance Section 79 Committee for the second quarter, assessment report for the Office of the Chief Operations Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy, Policy Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizen Relations and Urban Management, Group Communications and Marketing, Group Legal and Contract, Group Risk and Assurance Services, and Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period of October to December 2022. And finally, item 50, which is the Oversight report of Governance Section 79 Committee of the fourth quarter performance assessment reports of the City of the Office of the Chief Operations Office, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy, Policy, Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizens Relations and Urban Management, Group Communications, Marketing, Group Legal and Contract, Group Risk and Insurance Services, and Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period of April to June 2023. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkomo. Action essay, Councillor Janadin.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the caucus leader of Action SA and leaders of all political parties. Item 18, Oversight Committee on Governance, reference 2030310, dated 2023-05-23 to the period 2023-09-15. Office of the City Manager, fourth quarter report against Council, approved for 2021-2022. And Office of the City Manager prepared second quarter performance report against Council, approved 2022 and 2023. It should be duly noted that both reports have the exact same departmental performance stats for the two financial years. Example of percentage achievements as per the two reports are as follows: Citizen Relation and Urban Management equals to 87%, Office of the Chief Operating Officer 37%, thus illustrating that the performance has not progressed or has in reality regressed and is actually unfactual. Item 19, staff composition breakdown of the occupation levels deems racially discriminating, taking into consideration the allocation classification based on the race and gender. Of the 42 job allocations to be made available to the makeup of or a department, 22 is allocated to African male, 1 is allocated to colored male, 14 are allocated to African female, 3 to Indian female, and 2 to white female. The numbers speak for themselves, stating that this classification screams out bias and inequality. None of the above stated speaks of sound management or dynamic department improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Good afternoon, councillors. The comments in the report are noted, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ngomo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I ask Council to please note the recommendations for item 18, 19, 49. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
50. And 50.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks.
The recommendations on pages 18.3, 19.9, 49.10 to 49.11, and 50.12 to 50.13. Are the items agreed to? Thank you, councillors. We move to item 20, 21, and 51. We only have one speaker from Action SA. I'll ask the member in charge, Chairperson Polobosho, to table the report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just greet the Mayor of City of Johannesburg, then the MMC's Chairperson of Section 79 committees. Then, Madam Speaker, allow me, behalf of Section 79 Women Settlement, I rise to table item 20, item 21, item 51 to council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Action SA, Councillor Matabane.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to Action SA Caucus Leader, Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu. Greetings to the Fabulous 44 and everybody in the House. Speaker, the Department of Human Settlement has failed the residents of City of Johannesburg. Human Settlement claims to pride itself in giving people dignity. But when you go to the 12 public hostels, flats, retirement homes, and other buildings that are owned and managed by the department, you will realize that there is no dignity. Speaker, as someone who grew up in a hostel, specifically Helen Joseph Women's Hostel in Alexandra, it breaks my heart to see how the state of hostels have deteriorated over the years, and people are still living in those buildings. Speaker, go utlwisa botlhoko. Speaker, buildings are rotten. Go to Region B and see what the flats look like. Go to Madala Hostel, go to Dube Hostel, and many more buildings and see what is happening. Human Settlement didn't only fail to give basic services to our people, they have failed to manage buildings. That's why we have issues such as overpopulation and other issues that affect residents daily. We are just asking the Department of Human Settlement to take people serious and to take the health of our people serious. And as Action SA, we consider how to give access to land property that is aligned with shifts in people's preference of where to live. And we must expand access to safe, clean, and inclusive living spaces where people can enjoy quality life. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matabane. Action SA, Councillor Ngwencheni, are you also speaking?
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to our caucus leader. Greetings to our chief whip and the councillors at large. As Action SA, we welcome the official launch of the Lufering Social Housing Project and the Lechai Affordable Rental Project as a great intervention that will go a long way in alleviating housing backlogs in the city. In the same breath, I would like to raise a few questions and concerns with regards to Joshko's existing stock. We are seriously concerned about the most recent developments where Joshko issued orders to terminate existing tenant committees in favor of proposed or rather imposed new committees that will be regulated by them. We think this stinks of apartheid tactics, and our position is that we can't allow our people's rights to freedom of expression and association be grossly violated in this manner. Social relief rent program was introduced as a mechanism that was supposed to be as a mitigation mechanism against the COVID-19 effects on our people. But if you go to these Joshko managed buildings and ask them about it, you'll find that only few tenants know about social relief rent program. And yet Joshko speaks about tenant education and engagement programs. So we are really surprised that our people are not aware of this. We call on Joshko to engage Social Housing Regulatory Authority to assist with dissemination of crucial information since they are failing dismally in the respect of this particular issue. We believe our people are gradually buying into the culture of payment of services, but poor maintenance, poor safety and security issues discourages tenants to pay their rent as well, it must be noted. And this, without a doubt, will carry a negative effect on Joshko's collection rate. We've received reports of numerous stolen vehicles that were recovered in a number of Joshko's managed buildings. And we believe that there's literally, in fact, based on the information that we are receiving, there's literally no access control in most of these complexes. I only have two short questions for the MMC. We request clarity about Joshko's lease agreements that offer tenants an option to buy. Is she aware of this? The cleaning personnel as well, we believe that it's short-staffed. We've seen staff being transferred to other complexes, some getting better jobs elsewhere, but were never replaced. Is there a reason why? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC.
Thank you.
Thank you, MMC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, the City Manager, the Speaker of Council, the Chief Whip of Council, all chairpersons of Section 79 committees, the PA caucus leader, all MMCs and fellow councillors present. I welcome the tabling of the Human Settlements Department and Joshko's fourth and final quarter report for 2022-2023. During the quarter, many difficult decisions had to be made about what to focus on for the year to come, since we have a limited budget and unlimited demands. The public consultation process as part of the IDP process familiar refrains in all 7 regions. People desperately need more housing opportunities, whether it is RDPs, social housing, better hostels, affordable rentals, service stands, student accommodation, first home finance, the transfer of title deeds, the repairs and maintenance to retirement villages, upgrading of informal settlements, and so much more. We are not discouraged by the scale of the challenge, but rather reminded of the importance of our mission to keep up with the ever-increasing demands on us in the human settlement space. Recent events such as the Marshalltown fires, although they did not take place in the fourth quarter, but more recently, must still be recognized in this sitting today as an indication of why it is important to repair what is at fault throughout, including at higher levels of government, because scenarios and incidents such as these fatal and tragic fires are a symptom of our deep illness. We need to address the root cause of being able to transition people who have been driven into unsanitary and unsafe housing situations, or who are the victims of inevitable disasters, into temporary accommodation from where they can be processed properly. Properties owned by both the private and public sector must be returned to their rightful owners and to their original purpose, and this is a task myself and my office are seized with. In the final quarter, it was unacceptable that title deeds transfers effectively ground to a halt due to problems at the deeds office and a lack of performance by our conveyancers. I understand that the department is getting back on track with this, and I have been pleased to be part of more handover ceremonies of late for title deeds and to meet with the joyful recipients and residents. As alluded to when we previously tabled the third quarter report, there is still a tendency to try to squeeze as much work and spending into the final quarter as possible in a frenzied attempt to catch up on what may have been missed in previous quarters. This inevitably leads to financial rollovers, fiscal dumping, violence, or simply missed targets. I have made it clear to both Human Settlements and Joshua that we need to see more evenly paced spending and delivery in this financial year. We need to adopt a mindset of improving our processes so that the results will take care of themselves. In this way, we will be able to take the department from its 60% KPI achievement to 100%. These KPIs and targets are formulated for a reason, and we cannot afford to miss any of them, even though the overall number of KPIs increased from 13 to 15 in the financial year concerned. On a positive note, I would like to commend Joshco for its ongoing performance in improving rental collection rates following the damage that was caused during COVID. There is an anomaly at Joshco where it continues to have hostile units on its books that pose severe rental collection challenges and don't fall into its core mandate as a social housing entity. At my most recent chairperson's quarterly meeting with the entity, I was advised that Joshco's rental collection rate could currently be closer to 80% without the stock dragging down its numbers. This would improve its standing with the Social Housing Regulatory Authority and be a progressive turn for the entity. This is a matter I am currently working to resolve, along with eliminating the debt the city's departments owe to the entity. Joshco, like the core department, also missed several of its KPIs, though it has set itself nearly twice as many KPIs as Human Settlements. Of the 27 KPIs, 18 were achieved, representing a nearly 70% achievement rate. This is more than twice as good as the 30% achievement we were subjected to last year. Joshco is therefore on a positive trajectory and would like to encourage the executives and the new board to keep it up. With those brief comments,
30 seconds.
With those brief comments, Madam Speaker, I present these fourth quarter reports to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Silage. Member in charge, Councillor Mpolobosho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Section 79 Women's Settlement Committee, I ask then the Council to note item 20, 21, and 51. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. The recommendations are on pages 20.2, 21.4, and 51.8. Are the items agreed to? Thank you, councillors. Next, item 22, 23, 52, and item 53. We only have one speaker, action essay. Member in charge, Councillor Chairperson Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to table the reports for the legislature and the ombudsman respectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA, Councillor Edward.
I rise on item 22. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Action SA Caucus Leader Nobuhle Mthembu and the Fabulous 44. I'd like to use this opportunity to highlight some of the Office of the Ombudsman's performance areas. Today, there's a pressing concern that affects not only the city of Johannesburg, but also the very core of our shared humanity, the violation of human rights as we stand in this vibrant city, known for its resilience and history. We cannot ignore the shadows that loom over the fundamental rights of its residents. Johannesburg, a city of promise and diversity, has unfortunately witnessed a darker side, one marred by instances of human rights violations because of the non-functional of the current administration. It is disheartening to acknowledge that our fellow residents continue to face service delivery failures and violation of their basic rights as enshrined in the Constitution. An example at hand is the Marshalltown building that burned down, claiming many lives. This reality contrasts with the principles of equality, dignity, and human rights. Our responsibility as a city is to ensure that human rights are not just protected, but actively promoted. Policies should be enacted to dismantle discriminatory structures, ensure justice prevails, and uplift marginalized communities. The Office of the Ombudsman should play an active oversight role to ensure that these policies, bylaws, are implemented as prescribed. The Office of the Ombudsman should also continue to demonstrate a commitment to investigating complaints of maladministration to improve the confidence and accountability in the city, identifying systematic risk and gaps in the delivery of service, and tackle red tape in the administration. The fourth quarter performance of the office was 76%. The office achieved 12 KPIs out of 17 KPIs, and 5 were not achieved. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let us commit ourselves to the principles that define the Office of the Ombudsman, the principles of justice, accountability, and good governance. Together, let us continue to build a Johannesburg where every resident's voice is heard and where the pursuit of justice is a shared journey. We as Action SA note the performance assessment report. God bless the people of Johannesburg, Action SA, and South Africa as a whole. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Zwane.
Greetings, Speaker. Greeting to Action SA Caucus Leader Nobuhle Mthembu and the Fabulous 44. A special greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I rise to speak on performance assessment report for the city of Johannesburg legislature 2022 to 2023 financial year. We would like to send our heartfelt condolences to the lives of children that was lost due to allegation of food poisoning in our area and people killed due to gang violence incident in the city. We are pleading with the GLU to restore the rule of law. Action SA is a party that believes in the rule of law. I would like to congratulate Action SA for successfully hosting their first policy conference. Everyone can see that Action SA is the only party that can fix South Africa by looking at what we offer in our policies. The IDP process is an important instrument that empowers the resident to influence the direction of the municipality, as the report says. The current GLU administration led by the ANC has only attracted 4,149 people to attend, while the city has about 6 million residents. The department has achieved its KPIs, which is an indication that is just a ticking exercise. IDPs should influence the direction of the municipality, but here it's not the case. How can a handful of people influence the direction of the city? City of Johannesburg need a professional public sector. That's what we speak of as Action SA in our policies. Disappointing to say to the residents of the city who have voted for the ward committees, ward committee only had 388 meetings held against a target of 1,620, which translates into 24% of its target. The ward committee plays a critical role in ensuring continuous engagement between the government and the people, chaired by the ward councillor. Some of our ward councillors are not engaged in communities, that's why we see communities blocking roads and streets. On repairs and maintenance, this department has had a budget of 15.2 million to spend on repairs, but we only know...
Thank you, Councillor Zwane. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The input of Action SA is noted, and as a government of local unity, we will always have the interest of our residents at heart, and we will always strive to have good governance, justice, and integrity. We note it.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as a parting shot, you are all invited to the 25th of November, PA via Orlando, fastest growing party in South Africa. And remember, dogs don't chase stationary cars. We are the fastest growing party. So with that said, you are all invited. See you in Orlando. I ask Council to approve the report. Salute.
Thank you, Chairperson. The recommendations are on pages 22.3 and 52.6 are the items agreed to. Thank you very much. Item 24, we don't have any speakers. The recommendations are as follows. The report is for information, is the item noted. Thank you very much. What happened to 24? Oh, yes. Item 23 and 24, we need to note its own recommendations. The recommendations are on pages 23.7 and 53.11 are the items agreed to. Thank you very much. We now move to item 25. We have one speaker, the Democratic Alliance, Councillor Rambani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, Section 111 of the Municipal Financial Management Act 56, 2003 requires each municipality and municipal entity to adopt and implement a supply chain management policy which gives effect to the requirement of the MFMA. The City of Johannesburg has embarked on a process of amending its SCM policy, which was last adopted in 2019. That was during the coalition government led by the DA. When the GLU was introduced for the first time in 2019, they abandoned the legislative duty to review the supply chain policy. The AG found that the Auditor General found that 2019-2020 and 2020-2021 SCM policy was not reviewed timeously. MTG started the supply chain policy review in 2021-2022, and under the leadership of Councillor Julie Sudabe, because of the DA, get things done. The DA members of Section 79 Committee, Section Finance, continue to fight for the review to come to council at our committee sitting. Speaker, the DA welcomed the draft review policy, and as it actually addressed all the Auditor General findings. Speaker, allow me to speak to the things that has to do with an oversight that must be done by us as councillors. The city manager must at least annually review the implementation of this policy by way of a revised policy document or annual report on the implementation of the policy. And when the city manager considers it necessary to review the policy outside the annual review period, he or she shall submit proposal of the amendment of the policy to council. If the city manager submits a draft policy to the council that differs from the model policy, the city managers must ensure that such draft policy complies with the regulations. The city manager must report any deviation from the model policy to the National Treasury and to the relevant provincial treasury. When amending this supply chain management policy, the need to uniformity to supply chain practices, procedure, and forms between organs of state in all spheres, particularly to promote accessibility of supply chain management system for small business must be taken to account. Should there be any amendment to legislation or policy that affects the implementation of the supply chain management policy, the then same shall implemented via a standard operating procedure. The policy shall amend accordingly during the next review cycle. The Council must maintain oversight over the implementation of the supply chain management policy. Within 30 days of the end of each financial year, the city manager must submit a report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy of the municipality and of any municipality entity under its sole control to the council of the municipality. And whenever there are serious and material problems in the implementation of the supply chain management policy, immediately submit a report to council. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance notes this report with all its content, and we would like to add a recommendation number 6, which we recommend that training be provided to councillors and entities, board of directors on the oversight role and limitation on the implementation of the policy. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rambani. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to note the comments. We will consider some of the comments made by Councillor Rambani. Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, they couldn't hear you, MMC. He has noted the report and he will consider some of the recommendations that were presented by Councillor Rambani. Thank you. Councillors, the recommendations on page 25.17 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 26, we don't have any speakers on it. The recommendations on page 26.2 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 27, there are no speakers. The recommendations on page 27.2 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 28, there are no speakers. The recommendations on page 28.2 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 29, there are no speakers. To which recommendations? The recommendations on page 29.4 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 30. Yes?
There is a speaker, Councillor Peterson.
Or Councillor Peterson, you were not submitted. That's fine. Which item is that, 29? Which item are you speaking on? Item 29?
Speaker, on 26, 27, 28, 69, I'd like to put them all as one item, as they all speak to the same.
Yeah, you can speak on all of them.
And it goes up to 68. Then there are 12 items in total.
Chairperson Rafeti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those items were already passed. We can't go back. We can't be abused like that.
Look, I want to speak. Let's not do it in that manner. We agreed with the whips on how to work this. I don't know how he was missed, but I would like to speak to the whip and your whip, the chief whip and your whip, and you can fix it. For now, let us not respond in that manner. Where is the chief whip? Okay. Councillor Avan Smith, I don't want you to talk on this matter. Let me wait for the chief whip and Councillor North, and then we can fix it. I don't mind him speaking on it. It's just that the principle is that the whips agreed on all of these items. He wants to, sorry? I was in the meeting, he was not there. Were you there? I didn't see you. Don't worry, let me wait for the chief whip. Okay. I've noted the items that Councillor Peterson wants to speak on is item 26, 27, 28, and 29. And?
Speaker, and, sorry, let me just go to the part.
But now we're opening the whole thing for speaking.
And 29, 30, 31, 67, 32, 33, 34, and 68.
No, but let's wait for the, where's the whip of council? Can you call him for me? Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for the chief whip. Councillor Musetla, you can speak while we wait for the whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you mentioned that his name, the councillor's name was not submitted and we must wait for the chief whip. I don't know since when are we waiting for chief whips to confirm that names are submitted. If there's no name submitted, we must move with the next items. We cannot wait for somebody who's not in the house to come and confirm.
Councillor
Thank you.
Musetla, no, his name is on the original speakers list, but the whips met to make certain decisions. So I want to confirm that decisions because we don't want to deny anyone the right to speak. Kenya, leave it. Thank you. The whip has confirmed to leave it. Thank you so much. So we are now proceeding with item 30. That's fine. I've confirmed with the councillor not. Whip, it's okay. I've confirmed with councillor not. It's sorted. Thank you. Where were we? Item 30. Councillors, item 30, there are no speakers. The recommendations on page 30.4 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 31, no speakers. The recommendations on page 31.4 is the item agreed to. Item 32, no speakers. The recommendations on page 32.3 is the item agreed to. Item 33, no speakers. The recommendations are on page 33.3 is the item agreed to. Item 34, we don't have speakers. The recommendations on page 34.3 is the item agreed to. Item 35, no speakers. The report is for noting. Can we note the report? Thank you. Item 36. No speakers. The report is also for noting. Can we note the report? Thank you. Item 37, no speakers. The recommendations on page 37.5 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 38. No speakers. The recommendations are on pages 38.4 to 38.5 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 39, no speakers. The recommendations on page 39.7 is the item agreed to. Item 40, no speakers. The recommendations on page 40.5 is the item agreed to. Thank you. Item 41, no speakers. The recommendations on page 41.7 is the item agreed to. Item 42, no speakers. The recommendation is on page 42.2 is the item agreed to. Item 54 is for noting. Can we note the report? Thank you. Item 55, we have EFF speaking on the report. Can we have the member in charge, Chairperson Rasirute?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to all my colleagues. MPEG Motivation Tabling Statement, 31st October 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the motivation by the Section 79 Municipal Public Account Committee for Council to certify as irrecoverable and write-off irregular and unauthorized expenditures. According to Section 32, subsection 2 of the MFMA, a municipality must recover unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the person liable for that expenditure unless the expenditure after investigation by council committee is certified by the council as irrecoverable and written off by the council. Further, according to Regulation 74, subsection 1D of the municipal budget and reporting regulations of 2009.
My apologies, Chairperson. Let me just address the councillors. Councillors, especially those under the heaters, please, that's very disrespectful. We are still in a council meeting. If you want to be warm, keep quiet and stand under the fire. Councillors, Councillor Ngomo, please be quiet. You can stand under the fire, but just be quiet, please. Can I ask all councillors, please, to sit down, those who need to sit down? Where's that? Officials who are having tea, councillors having tea that side, can I kindly ask you guys to please keep quiet? Can they hear me? I will send protocol to address them. I'm going to ask the whips, if your caucus is somewhere there, please call them to order, because clearly they can't hear me. They can't hear me. It's fine, protocol is going to address them. Councillors under the fire, I urge you please to keep quiet. You are welcome to stand under the heater, but just be quiet. Thank you. Chairperson Rasirute.
Nakensa Speaker. Further, according to Regulation 74, subsection 1D of the Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulations of 2009, once a council committee has investigated the recoverability of UIFW expenditure, the committees must submit a motivation to council explaining its recommendation regarding the recoverable of the expenditure. Speaker, noting this piece of legislation, on 22 August 2023, the committee agreed to recommend to council that UIFW expenditures be certified as irrecoverable and written off. These expenditures covers various core departments, The expenditures range from 2011, 2012 to 2020, 2021 financial years. Madam Speaker, while the committee recommends these write-offs, it remains deeply concerned that the consequence management could not be implemented on significant proportion of these irregularities because transactions are too old and the offenders are no longer in the service of the city. Madam Speaker, the committee will continue to monitor the implementation of preventative controls by management to reduce UIFW transactions, especially the digitization of procurement process, which the Office of Group CFO committed that it will be running by December 2023 latest. Speaker, Council should expect a significant decrease in the UIFW expenditure balance as a result of committee's commitment to speed the process, investigations, recovery, and write-offs of historic UIFW. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that Council certifies as irrecoverable and write off the expenditure as listed in the report and its annexures. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson Rasterute. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 55.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Item 56, 57, 58, and 59. We've got the DA speaking on the item. I will ask the member in charge, Councillor Ndlela, to table the report. Chairperson Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings, all protocol observed. I would like to table item number 56, 57, 58, and 59 as read by the Secretary to Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. DA, Councillor Krish.
Madam Speaker, I speak on item 57, all protocol observed. It's that time of the year in council where we get to see what the entity has really done in the last 12 months. Road surfacing, 261 kilometers in a 12,000 kilometer network. 2% of our road surface has been done. Gravel road upgraded, 8.4 kilometers in 12 months. Open drains converted to underground drains. A marvelous and spectacular 170 meters, well under target. SMMEs used, 102 over a target of 100. EPW work opportunities, 163 over a target of 150. And here's my real perler. In a city with potholes deep and wide, you can actually have cars swallow them. 40,000 potholes. Now, if the executives of JRA actually did their homework and read their annexure, on page 30, the report actually refers to 37,796.64 potholes. Now, I don't know what a 0.64 of a pothole looks like, but I'm sure we can figure that out. Manhole covers, 392. Guardrails, 7,075 meters. So what does these numbers tell us? Well, let us see. I thought we would start by checking up on the mandate of the JRA and discovered that if you go to their website, it's under construction. With the current SLAs optional in terms of the customer charter, I have my doubts you'll even pick it up, get a website up quick enough. Oh wait, I can report it and get a reference number. But wait, we don't have an app. It's almost 2 years to the date when the Transport Committee had promised a new app would be imminently launched. It's a good thing I didn't hold my breath. And all this with the new MTC as part of the Transport Department. So I thought we'd get some progress there. With a budget of 1.4 billion, we are getting very little value. Even though we are using SMEs and creating EPW opportunities and blowing out the targets, we still drive on broken infrastructure. The JRA are pretty much doing nothing. We still have over 55 bridges near collapse, and we haven't even hit the rainy season. We've only covered 170 meters of drain in a year. In a year. We've covered 2% of our road surface and only upgraded 8 kilometers of gravel. That's roughly 3 roads in a township. Your 775 meters of guardrails equates to 1,750 meters. Your 775 meters of guardrails equates to 7 kilometers of road. 7 kilometers of road. That's the distance between Empire Road and Glenove Road on the M1, which is in dire need
30
of
seconds.
guardrails.
Sorry, 30 seconds.
There's only one thing we're missing. We're missing our MMC. Where have you been for the last 4 meetings? The all-important strategy session noted your absence. The performance report of the Court of the JRA is dismal, with an estimated allocation of road resurfacing roughly 260 million and pothole repair budget of 10 million. What are you doing with the balance of the 1.1 billion rand that's left over? Our treasured asphalt plant, the jewel of the city, or is it more of a sinkhole? We still await the actual performance of the so-called asset, knowing very well that it's the 3rd time it has been relaunched in 7 years. So let's be honest. I've seen these numbers before. There's nothing new, nothing insightful. We need leadership, MMC, not champagne. We need more tar and less.
Thank you, Councillor Krish. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Speaker, the festival of Halloween begins this evening and is celebrated by many around the world. Also known as the Eve of the Christian Feasts of All Saints, day dedicated to remembering the dead, the saints, the martyrs, and the departed faithfuls. For the kids, it's a time of trick-or-treat. Therefore, it's quite ironic. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. Therefore, it's quite ironic that...
Councillor, please just hold on. Councillor Knott.
Madam Speaker, there is a lot of noise. We are battling to hear the speakers, and it's coming from that side over there. If we can please
Thank you. I will
ask
address
them
it.
to respect council. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, Councillor. Bengwa.
Am I audible? Speaker, with respect, man, maybe if you switch off that T there, we'll have a progressive council meeting. That T is a problem there.
Now let's have silence in the hall, please. Who's that? Whip of Council is assisting me to keep order, right?
Speaker, I did that, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, councillors, I appreciate your cooperation. We can have tea after this. We're almost there, almost done. Those that are sitting under the sun, the whip of Action SA. The whip of Action SA. You can't even hear me, he's talking. Can you please sit down? Chief, we please attend to those under the heater. They can stand under the heater, but they can't talk. Thank you. Councillor Myers, I do apologize for that. We'll start again. You can restart his clock. I was enjoying the story of the saints and they disturbed me. Please start again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and all protocol observed. Speaker, the festival of Halloween begins this evening and it's celebrated by many around the world. Also known as the eve of the Christian feasts of All Saints' Day, dedicated to remembering the dead, the saints, the martyrs, and the departed faithfuls. For the kids, it's a time of trick or treat. But it is quite ironic that as we reflect on the scorecards, I know what you did last quarter on your performance reports for the Department of Transport, JRA and Metrobus. They seem to be up to their tricks and left Joburg residents without little treats. It's like a scary movie where residents just want to scream. The automated fare collection system bid was a non-award and cancelled. The AFC is crucial to modernizing the fare collections across Ria Vaya and Metrobus and will help reduce pilfaging in the system. We hope it's not another Blair Witch project. What's happening with the JRTR? These two KPIs seem dead in their tracks, much like we remember the dead of Halloween. As for JRA, my colleague has covered the entity in more detail, but of concern is the cash flow payments to service providers like the materials of basics, guardrails, nuts and bolts. This hocus pocus should be the least of issues to be resolved. This is an entity where many of the saints have become the departed faithfuls. We've all heard of the nightmare on Elm Street, yet in Johannesburg we call it Nightmare on Bree Street. After the scary explosion that left our inner city in ruins, no friendly ghosts here, but possible zama-zamas. As for Metrobus, we thank them for implementing the WhatsApp helpline, but they just need to respond to our complaints. I suspect it's a ghost in the system, but perhaps our MMC will be the ghostbuster that takes them on. We also await clarity of the incident that took place outside UJ, which involved the Metrobus and the status of all injured passengers. Lastly, the committee is still to consider MTC. We maintain it makes no business sense in transport. In fact, it doesn't even make common sense because it's nonsense. We really need to get the haunted house in order. With that said, happy trick-or-treating. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. MMC Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the MMC for Roads and Transport, MMC Kenny Kunene, in his absentia, I hereby welcome the report and note the inputs and comments made, which will be provided to the MMC. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Ndlela, you can close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will request the council to note the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, the recommendations on pages 56.2, 57.14, 58.5, and 59.21 to 59.22. Are the items agreed to? Thank you. Item 60 and 61, we don't have any speakers. The recommendations on pages 60.4 and 61.8 are the items agreed to. Thank you. Item 62, we have two speakers, Action SA and DA. I'll start with Action SA, Councillor Majola.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA notes the request for the approval of the 2.4 billion rand loan from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Understanding that this council resolved to approve the funding mix that includes the use of credit facility to bridge against the short-term cash flow, we take no issue with this loan request. However, it would have been appropriate for the department to furnish us as councillors with the monthly budget report, commonly referred to as the Section 71 report, for the House to get an understanding of the financial status of the municipality, including its revenue, the actual borrowings, expenditures, and any other variations in the projected revenues. Convince us by giving us a full picture of the financial standing of the city. And there's no way that this report is not ready because, according to legislation, it is supposed to be prepared and sent to the Executive Mayor and the Provincial Treasury within 10 working days after the end of the month. So, Councillor Commander, you do have this Section 71 report for at least the past 2 months, which is August and September. My point, Speaker, is if this government respected this House, they would have produced all relevant pieces of information that councillors can use to decide and evaluate the seriousness of the need of this loan. MMC, you are fully aware that we take responsibility as councillors for all the financial decisions that we make, and that it would be reckless for us to make such a major financial decision with such limited information. As a responsible caucus, Madam Speaker, we will only approve this acquisition of this loan when we receive the Section 71 report for at least the past 2 months. The officials who prepared this report, if they are any good, know that it is financially irresponsible to make a financial decision based on limited information. Therefore, give us the full picture and we will approve. Thank you very much.
Councillor Santana, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 62, the short-term loan funding in the 2023-2024 financial year for the Development Bank of Southern Africa. As debt financing is becoming extremely expensive, we must restructure the City of Johannesburg and our municipal-owned entities to unleash cost-cutting savings by eliminating duplication of unnecessary structures and municipal-owned entities. The curbing of unnecessary expenditure, revenue protection, and enhancing new revenue streams must be a priority. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that the Government of Local Unity continues to disrespect this Council and the Section 79 Group Finance Oversight Committee members with its failure to provide the Section 71 MMFA monthly financial reporting. Is the Mayor and his mayoral committee that incompetent that they don't provide us with the relevant Section 71 MMFA monthly financial reporting on time? The accounting officer of a municipality must submit a statement in the prescribed format on the state of the municipality budget, reflecting that month and the year to date to the Mayor and the Provincial Treasury no later than 10 working days after the month end. However, it takes months before this council gets to see them. It's a principle of good governance, financial prudence, openness and trust. Yet here we are, being asked to approve a short-term loan of 2.4 billion without any tangible information to make an informed decision. We cannot approve the borrowing of money until we have reasonable informed of the current financial situation of the City of Johannesburg. You cannot borrow your way out of financial troubles. This only increases your debt repayments and interest costs, ultimately affecting service delivery outcomes. The Democratic Alliance does not agree nor approve the short-term loan of the DBSA until such time we have all the relevant information asked for. I thank you.
Thank you. MMC Morero. MMC Morero. Yes. What are you rising on, Councillor?
Oh, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No, as the African National Congress, we want to speak on the item.
No, but we agree they are not speaking.
No, I think that this is our item, and I think there was a mistake somewhere, somehow, because I'm ready to speak now.
I'm going to have to address your whip. The same way I dealt with the DA, let me address your whip on it.
I can't hear you properly. There is an echo.
I will address your whip on your request, the same way we dealt with it when we were dealing with the DA councillor who wanted to speak. Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you very much.
Yes. Whip of council? No, whip. Yeah, you can approach me. Approach. Thank you, Whip of Council. We'll proceed with MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker. We're currently working on the July to September reports, and our intention, therefore, is to submit them to our next mayoral committee, probably by next week, so that those reports are processed as the law requires that they should be submitted to the mayor. It's at that point, Chair, that will then submit the reports. So I do note the concerns as raised, and we will respond. But at this present moment, I believe that we've got a task to agree on approving the report, and we will then cater for the concerns as raised after we have presented the reports to the mayoral committee. Thanks.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 62.3. Is the item agreed to? It's fine. I had. They agreed to. I'm hearing. Okay, fine. Councillors, they agreed to are stronger, but because we want to be quite sure, let's just put it to a vote so that we cancel any gray areas that anybody may want to release a statement on. So all those that are in favor, the yeses, kindly raise your hands. If your caucus is outside or somewhere else, please call them in. We are now voting. Somebody must assist. Just ring it quick. Councillors, raise your hands quietly because statements are already going out on the chaos which is not there. So just raise your hands quietly. You can ring the bell if there's anybody smoking, just so they know we're voting. Just ring the bell while they count. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. I want to see which way it goes first. Thank you, councillors. Can we have the noes, those that are not in favor? No. Please raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. And then the abstentions. Councillors, those that are abstaining from the vote, those that are abstaining, kindly raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The numbers are as follows. Councillors, the yeses, those in favor of the report, item 62, 115, 115. The noes, those that are not in favor of the report, 103, 103. Abstentions is 8. 8 abstentions. Thank you. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 84, I'd like you to note the dissent of the Democratic Alliance. We voted against the budget because the fund.
You already
and this
voted
was part
no.
of the Rule 84.
But you already voted
Thank
no.
you. Please note it and the reason for
Thank you,
our
councillors.
dissent. Thank you.
The report has therefore passed. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 63, we've got 2 speakers. Action essay, Councillor Majola and DA. Item 63. Councillors, we are on item 63. Can we control our excitement?
Thank you,
Councillor
Speaker.
Majola, item 63, you may proceed.
No, it's fine. Thank you, Speaker. Action SA notes. Thank you, Speaker. Action SA notes this report regarding the extension of the commercial banking services contract with Standard Bank. However, we would like to raise concerns regarding the quality of the report. It appears these reports are only prepared as a box-ticking exercise. It's disappointing to read through this report and to observe the poor quality of its letter. If councillors have item 63 with them, please see the paragraph that comes after paragraph 3.2. That paragraph is titled Motivation for the Contract Extension. And ask yourself if that paragraph is worth the paper it's written on. A motivation should give reasons why the contract has to be extended. You motivate. I'd like to appeal to officials to please proofread their reports before bringing them to councillors. Do not simply hope that we will not pick these up. Please divorce this idea that councillors do not read their packs, because we do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Majola. Councillor Rambani, DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, contract A448 is one of the longest contracts, which expired in 2017, 30th of November. That contract has been extended for almost 6.5 years. Extensions. A contract of this nature is always 60 months, not more than 60 months. But this contract has seen a lifespan of more than 120 months. That is a double the normal contract, which the contract should be. We have seen a lot of extensions. We have raised concerns many years ago. Since 2017, we have been raising concerns. We welcome that finally an award has been awarded on the a letter of award has been awarded on the 27th of July, 2023. But then, still, we still have another more 180 days to conclude the contract, which is approximately closer to a year after the award. It's a question, why are we waiting for more than 180 days when it should be normally 180 days? Is it because the Speaker did not call council meeting to debate this report? Or is it because the executive did not bring the report timelessly? And I am of the view that the MMC will be able to respond to that, to us with that regard. The Democratic Alliance will want to call for full investigation as to why did this take 6.5 years to award the banking contract. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rambani. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker, the Executive Mayor and the Chief Whip. Perhaps, Chair, let me say the following, Speaker, and note the concerns by Action SA Councillor Majola on the quality of the reports, that indeed we need to ensure that the quality is of the highest order. So I think we'll attend to that matter. In relation to the comments by Rambani, it should be understood that we came into government at the end of January 2023, and halfway into the year we approved the banking tender. So just around July, the banking tender was approved by this council. You should also understand that the process of a takeover or a handover requires a bit of time between ourselves, between Standard Bank and the new appointed bank, so that that process is seamless and all issues that are involved in the handover are taken care of. Hence, we came here to council to request an extension. In fact, the extension is mainly to ensure that the process of the handover goes very well. So having said that, I therefore believe that council should note this report. Is it for approval or not? Approve this report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 63.3 to 63.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. We now move to item 64. There are no speakers on item 64. The recommendations are on page 64.9. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Item 65. No speakers on item 65. The recommendations on pages 65.8. Is the item agreed to? Item 66. No speakers. The report is for noting. Can we note the report? Thank you. Item 67. No speakers. The recommendations on page 67.4 is the item agreed to. Item 68, no speakers. The recommendations on page 68.3 is the item agreed to. Item 69, no speakers. The debate or the recommendations are on page 69.3 is the item agreed to. Item 70, no speakers. The recommendations on page 70.36 is the item agreed to. Item 71, no speakers. The recommendations on page 71.28 is the item agreed to. Item 72, we have a speaker, action essay. Councillor Munyai, you can proceed.
Thanks, Speaker, for this opportunity. As Action SA, we do approve the final draft of water security strategy. But Speaker, I would like to pose the following question in this House. Will this water strategy, or will this water security strategy being implemented? The answer is big no. Why, Speaker? Because the ANC and the EFF coalition government have engineered self-man-made water shedding through closing the water valve pressures so that water tankers can supply our residents across the city. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munyai. MMC Squale.
Thanks, Speaker. I don't know whether we should note the comments from Councillor Mnyai because they seek to accuse certain members of this council, Speaker. But I believe that those are as baseless as the others should be treated with disrespect it deserves. Let's note that report. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MMC. Noted. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 72.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Item 73. Once again, we've got one speaker. Action essay, Councillor Munyai.
Thanks, Speaker. I withdraw my speech. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Munyai. Therefore, there are no speakers on the report. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 73.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Item 74. There are no speakers. The recommendations are on pages 74.7 to 74.8. Is the item agreed to? Item 75, no speakers. The recommendation is on page 75.2. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors. The agent report that I had received from the executives will be dealt with tomorrow, including the in-committee. At this stage, I will adjourn the meeting and we will meet again tomorrow for the extraordinary meeting here at 10 o'clock. We'll convene the extraordinary meeting. Councillors, please travel safely, slowly. There are warnings of flash floods. Please be careful on the roads. We shall see you tomorrow. Godspeed.